नहीं, what I'm trying to do is इसको single slide को बड़ा. That way, play on current slide. Okay. Okay, and then the way I move it is it this, right? Okay. Just like, but ये काम नहीं करेगा? हाथ से करना पड़ेगा. ठीक है. कोई problem नहीं. Okay. Thank you. We'll wait for her. So just before she comes, yesterday you learned about some basics of lights, right? Basic things like what is intensity, what is irradiance, the energy piece. We learned about daily light integral. We learned about light composition, why it is important. The colors of light, red, green, and blue, how they are important, how they affect photosynthesis, plant growth. Then we started learning about, how photoperiodism affects flowering, right? And then towards then we talked about, what else you can do with the light composition. You can increase the nutritional quality, you can, reduce the bacterial infestation on plants with certain particular energy rich wavelengths. So that's all basic stuff. The fundamental thing that you need to know when you try to apply these concepts, those fundamentals will really help you, and that's the reason why we went over that yesterday. Today's topic on light is applied. Yeah, go ahead, please. Yeah.
Sir, yesterday we talked about how UV irradiation can help in overcoming the stress of E. coli and other bacteria. Can it be used to other disease causal organisms also, or something of a little bigger size? Or
Yeah. So the question she's asking, I'm going to just explain a little more. So the bacteria like E. coli, Salmonella, and Listeria, they are pathogenic to human beings. So they are human pathogens. They don't do anything to plants. Plants are like alternate hosts for them. The plants provide a space where they can survive, multiply, and grow, right? They don't do any harm to the plants. But then there are some pathogens that affect plants, right? Disease causing pathogens, fungi, bacteria. And can UV light be used to reduce the infestation of those pathogens? I did not do any research on that, but I'm going to make a guess here and give you an answer. Those pathogens that affect plants are more internalized, systematic, and they're inside the tissue. They're growing inside. So when you are exposing plants to UV light, the UV light may not penetrate deeper into the leaf tissue. It's probably right on the surface, or maybe a little bit microns into the leaf. So that may not even get to those pathogens which are kind of inside the plant tissue. So therefore, you may not get a good control with this UV light. If you use too much of UV light, you may be killing the plant rather than killing the pathogen. So that might, I hope that helps you, but that's what, in my opinion, and best guess I can make. So it's probably not the best way to control plant pathogens. It's probably best to control those surface living bacteria that are just there, and then when you eat the plants, if their foliage or fruits or leafy greens, they multiply inside our stomach and cause problems. So for them, yes, UV can be a potential issue. Okay, so any other questions from yesterday before we move on to topic today? Any other questions? Was there anything confusing? Some concepts not clear from yesterday? All good then? Okay. All right, let's move on to today's topic. So today's topic on light is more on applied side. How can we use this light? What are the different types of artificial lights? Okay, things like that. I just put this picture again. You saw this picture from first class. So this carbon arc lamps, the halogen lamps, high pressure sodium, and different types of LEDs. These are all, but then we are more looking at this high pressure sodium lamps over here and these LEDs in the commercial greenhouse industry. These are just historical stuff. Okay. All right. So here is a picture, and I think you saw this picture yesterday, just kind of showing the importance of light. But I put a table here, okay, and you can see, what's that beeping sound? वो आप वो सिस्टम का है या नहीं ओके बीपिंग साउंड आ रहा है आप जरा देख सकते हैं क्या है गुड मॉर्निंग so while they take a look at it I think he might but I want you to look at this table so on this table I put different categories of plants you can see seedlings tiny seedlings leafy greens annual flowers shade plants vegetables like tomatoes, peppers, eggplants. Eggplants is brinjal. Okay, in the U.S. Eggplants are called brinjal. Brinjals are called eggplants. Okay, strawberries, fruits and things like that. And I put some numbers on the right side. Okay, but I want you to first focus on the units. What are those units? Moles per meter square per day. Remember moles per meter square per day?
Is this working properly?
Yes, now it is doing fine. But if you are available for us in case if there is a problem, I'll immediately.
So you can use this pen drive.
For
Sir, your all the lectures in this pen drive. In any case, if this is not working, you
uh-huh.
can use this.
Yeah, I have a USB drive here, same as this, right? Okay, I'll just leave it here just in case. Okay, so continuing. So now take a look at this table. Moles per meter square per day. That is the amount of light you should be providing for these different categories of plants. This is the minimum requirement. Okay, this information is based on research. Okay, so you may be living in an area where people probably don't use lighting at all, but if you don't have this much light available, then you have to add artificial light. As you go northern latitudes, I'm guessing that even this region and further up north, the amount of light that you receive during winter goes down. Now sometimes the light may not be low in winters, but there could be days when it is cloudy. Okay, several days, 4, 5, 6 days of cloudy weather. When the clouds are there, the amount of light that gets into the greenhouse significantly goes down. So let's say you are growing seedlings, okay, and you want the seedlings to be nice, compact, healthy, and green. And the seedlings are generally there for 3-4 weeks. After the 4th week, you normally transplant them, right? But out of that 4 weeks, let's say there was a week of cloudy weather. There is less light going through, and if the light levels are even below this, you have to apply artificial light, supplemental lighting. Okay. Same goes with other crops. Leafy greens, about 10 to 12. Annual flowers. Flowers would be like, what type of annual flowers do you grow? Marigolds here, right? Zinnias, cosmas, petunias, begonias. These are all annual seedlings. That is a big industry in the United States. We call them as bedding plants. Bedding plants because what they do is they grow these seedlings, and when they flower, they look like a flower bed, a big flower bed. So they're very popular there. And so for them, at least you need to provide 10 moles. But the things that are more important, 10 to 15 moles. But shade plants, these are the indoor plants, right? We grow palms or Dieffenbachias and aglaonemas, monsteras, philodendrons in our homes. They require less light, and so about 5 to 10 is enough. But look at these tomatoes, peppers, and brinjal. If you are growing them in a greenhouse, you need at least 20 moles. Okay. Now, that number is something you can use as a guideline, right? You need a sensor to know how much light you are getting. Without the sensor, these numbers mean nothing. So the important thing is you have to invest in a light sensor if you have a greenhouse. There is no escape from that. You may at least have one good light sensor in the middle of the greenhouse. If you can't connect it to a data logger and continuously monitor the numbers, at least have a handheld unit and periodically measure the intensity. And if the intensity values are lower than that, you may have to turn on artificial lights. Otherwise, you won't get quality. Otherwise, you won't get the yields that are desirable. Okay. Strawberry plants like strawberries is becoming very popular in greenhouses. It's a very profitable crop if you can do it very well. The reason is strawberries are only grown in some regions in the country and only during certain times of the year. But if you have a greenhouse, you can grow strawberries throughout the year. And I probably will talk a little bit more later on. The strawberries that you get outside in the field, they are called June bearers. Now they come fruiting in the months of May and June, but not after that. But if you are trying to grow strawberries in a greenhouse, you should not grow June bearers, because they won't fruit throughout the year. In the greenhouse, you have to grow what we call day neutral strawberries. These strawberries are smaller in size, not like the big June bearers, but they come to fruiting in flushes throughout the year. So each flush is approximately, I would say, month and a half, and then the vegetative growth, and then flowering, and then fruits, and then vegetative growth, flowering, and fruits. So you get 5 to 6 fruiting cycles in a year throughout the year, so you can produce strawberries. So during the months where there is no strawberry available outside, for example, in the months of January, February, March, the strawberries are just starting to bloom around March, right? There is no strawberry, but if you can produce strawberries in greenhouse, you get a higher price for that, right? Even during the months of September, October, November, there is no strawberry from the field. So during the months you can probably produce in the greenhouse, but the strawberry is a difficult crop to grow. The most important thing for strawberry is nighttime temperatures. The nighttime temperature should be cooler, like 55 degrees Fahrenheit, or in the range of 12 to 15 degrees Celsius. If you can't maintain 12 to 15 degrees Celsius, strawberry fruits won't grow in size. And later on I'll show you this afternoon some examples how temperature affects strawberries, but they won't be even sweet. So, but if you are in a region like this, where in the months of August, September, October, the weather is going to get cooler, you have a great chance of actually producing good quality strawberries in a greenhouse here, simply because it's cooler compared to south, right? But we'll talk more about that. So this slide should give you a guideline, an approximate amount of light these plants. You can provide this light through sunlight, which is the cheapest and best way, right? It's free sunlight. But if you don't get sufficient amount of light from sunlight, you have to add artificial lights. Okay, and that is what we're going to learn today. What are these artificial lights? How much they cost? What is the advantages and disadvantages? What are the different advantages, disadvantages? Which ones to choose versus others? Okay, and how do you increase plant use of this light? Things like that. Okay, so that's the big topic for today. All right. All right. So why do you want artificial lighting? I think I kind of told you why we need artificial lighting, but I'm kind of summarizing. Artificial lighting provides additional light for photosynthesis during cloudy days or in winter months, right? When the light levels go down, the photosynthesis also goes down in plants. So the only way you maintain a higher rate of photosynthesis and continue that nice vegetative growth is by adding the artificial light. It also can be used to extend photoperiod. So yesterday we talked about photoperiod and its effects on flowering, right? So let's take chrysanthemums. Okay, if you want to propagate chrysanthemums, meaning you want to get cuttings, vegetative cuttings for chrysanthemums throughout the year. So let's say you are not in the business of producing chrysanthemum flowers or pots. Your job is a propagator. As a propagator, you want to produce cuttings, rooted cuttings of chrysanthemums. Okay, but these chrysanthemums will flower in winter under natural environmental conditions, because there are short days. Remember the phytochrome thing that we talked yesterday? The PFR converts to PR and PR converts to PFR. During winter months, the night period is longer, so there will be very little of PFR in the plants. So that is a sort of like a signal for plants, so they start flowering. Once chrysanthemum flowers, you won't see a lot of vegetative growth. The main thing is now the flower. The plant size will get fixed. That is not suitable if you are a propagator, because you want more and more vegetative growth, so you can cut the tiny pieces of plants and you can propagate them. How do you maintain a vegetative growth in the plant? Vegetative growth in chrysanthemums during winter? By adding artificial light. So the light may go down at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the evening, but you turn on the artificial light, it's like a longer day length for chrysanthemums. So they will still remain in vegetative growth. They won't flower. Even in winter, they won't flower. You continuously get more and more big plants. You can take cuttings, propagate them, and then sell them whenever they want. So this is an artificial way. So extend photoperiod. Okay. Some flowers, some flowers, the chrysanthemum is a short day plant, okay, but there are flowers that only bloom during long days. It's opposite of short days, long days, okay. There are flowers that bloom only during long days. Such flowers, by simply extending photoperiod, you get better flowering, okay. Even with strawberries, strawberries, when they are growing strawberries, normally we plant strawberries in greenhouses during the months of August. And August and September, they are just growing bigger and getting bigger and bigger, and around September they start producing flowers, and then you get fruits in October, November, and then again they go down, and then they start growing. But when they are growing vegetatively, when they are making the green mass, by adding more photoperiod, you can actually get a bigger size plants. Okay, that's another reason why you want to extend photoperiod. But the most important thing is this crop quality. You can be growing tomatoes, peppers, leafy greens, flowers, anything. If these plants in greenhouse are exposed to low light, shaded conditions like cloudy days or in winter, the artificial lighting is the only way you could get good quality. Otherwise, the plants look sick, they won't fruit a lot. By adding this artificial light in northern latitudes, including this area and up into Kashmir, it is the only way you can get. There you go. Okay. So here, this is the slide where we were before, right? So we were talking about crop quality, right? Now there are two other benefits of artificial lighting. This is the sodium vapor lamp, yellow color lights, artificial lights put on top of the greenhouse. In addition to providing that light, there is also some heat coming from them, because they are so much, they consume a lot of power, so some heat comes out. So in winter months, your heating requirement can go down. You don't have to add heaters. Of course you have to add heaters, but there is a little bit of benefit that comes from these high pressure sodium lamps, in that they actually add some heat. So your overall heating requirement, artificial heating requirement, kind of goes down a little bit, not much, a little bit. But the most important thing I want to remember is this: yeah, we are having artificial lights, it doesn't mean that they are as bright as sunlight. No, it's not possible. Most of them can only give you about 150 to 200 micromoles, although I have a range here between 100 to 400. Generally speaking, most of these artificial lights can only provide approximately 150 to 200 micromoles per meter square per second. Okay. The thing is, if you remember from yesterday's tutorials, you did DLI calculations, and I put supplemental lighting 150 or something during the night times. You see that number is constant for several hours. The reason is the light that they output is low intensity, but it's constant. Unlike sunlight, it goes up in the afternoon and comes down in the evening. The artificial light remains flat, but it's only 150 to 200 micromoles. That's all you can get from this, okay? Not too much, okay? So here is a tomato greenhouse, there's another greenhouse here, but these are high pressure sodium lamps. You can see that inside, completely yellowish in color, and these are the LED lights, and we'll talk about this. But what I want you to show is these two graphs. So yesterday I kind of showed you a graph like this. When we were talking about light composition, I showed you a graph where on the x-axis you had 400 to 700 nanometers, and I told you that you can measure the intensity of each nanometer when you are looking at light composition. Such graphs are called spectral graphs, okay? These are spectral graphs, okay? You are looking at the spectrum of the light. So this is how the spectrum of high pressure sodium lamps are, and these are LEDs, but let's look at the spectrum. Again, look at the x-axis. What is x-axis? Wavelength, right? PAR, photosynthetically active radiation, 400 to 700 nanometers, okay? And then y-axis is, they're showing energy, but you can see the spectrum. I want you to tell me, and then you have some colors of light too here, but notice that with the high pressure sodium lamps, there is a very little of blue, right? Very little of blue here. There is also very little of red here, right? But what is the most significant color you're getting? The green and yellows. Green and yellow colors. And that's why they are yellowish in color, okay? I will get back to that, remember that green and yellow. Now here are some LED lights. We have white LEDs, we have purple LEDs. Purple is blue plus red, okay, that is purple. But here is a purple LED. What do you see here? Again, x-axis is wavelength and y-axis is again the percentage of that particular energy. And then you can see a lot of it is coming from red and a small portion coming from blue. Okay, so here this spectrum is ideal for plants because chlorophyll absorbs the blue and the red bands. So if you provide plants with a lot of green and yellow color, which the chlorophyll absorbs but not as much, reflects a lot. So you are wasting light, right? A lot of light. Whereas here you are providing light that plants completely absorb and use. On one side you are buying artificial lights, that's money. Then you are paying for electricity, that's money. And all of that is to generate photons. And if you are generating a lot of green and yellow photons, of course they are absorbed by plants, but they are not as efficient as red light in terms of photosynthesis and energy, right? So that is one of the major disadvantages of the HPS compared to LED lights, okay? With the LEDs, here we customized. We went to the manufacturers already know this because they saw the research, and what they are doing is, let's put a little bit of light, blue light, but let's put a lot of red light for plants, okay? So that the spectral graphs, the spectral information is critical. You may have high intensity like 500 micromoles with HPS lamps, but most of that is coming from greenish yellow bands, okay? But on the other hand, here you have high spectrum, but most of that is red light, really good for plants, okay? All right, so some more information about HPS and LEDs. So this is how that HPS light fixture looks, okay? This is what is hung up at the top of the greenhouse. This is how the LED bars, some examples, okay? But look at this graph. What is this graph telling you? Let's say you have this light fixture right here. Okay, you have light fixture here. I think it's continuously playing, and if I don't speak fast enough, it goes to the next slide immediately. But let's say you have a light fixture here with high pressure sodium lamps. You get the light. This is the orange bar, orange curve is the high pressure sodium lamp, and you are getting light kind of distributed in a much wider area with high pressure sodium lamps. So you put the lamp up there, you get illumination in a wider area, okay? But compare that with LEDs. Most of the light for the LEDs is in a shorter region, okay? That's the major difference. LEDs send light out in 120-degree angle from the fixture. They just come like at 120 degrees angle. They will illuminate a smaller area with brightness, whereas high pressure sodium lamps illuminate a much wider area. If you are illuminating a smaller area, what is the disadvantage of that? Can you think of it? So you have LED bar here and you're illuminating this much area. What does that mean? Well, think about,
So the number of
yes,
required will be
more, right? You need more LED bars, right? But you need a fewer of high pressure sodium lamps to illuminate the entire greenhouse. So let's say you have a 10 meters by 50 meters greenhouse, okay? You probably can just buy 10 high pressure sodium lamps, put them along the length, and you get the entire greenhouse illuminated. Cheaper for you. But if you are going for LEDs, you need to buy a lot more of them. So in the previous slide, I showed you the advantage the LEDs have, but with the spectrum, you can customize the spectrum you want. You can get really good plant growth, everything, but then they are expensive. Also look at the prices here. I put it in dollars. You can convert 90 rupees, approximately 87 rupees is a dollar, okay? But just look at the almost 3 times more LED bars compared to high pressure sodium lamps. So they are expensive. LEDs are expensive compared to high pressure sodium lamps. High pressure sodium lamps are cheaper. You also get the benefit of wider light coverage, illumination. Therefore, you will need fewer number of lamps in a greenhouse. But the real problem is they don't provide the best light composition. Okay, that makes sense to all of you. That's what I explained here. But there is one major advantage of LEDs. So you probably have heard about LED lights, right? Nowadays, why do you use LEDs in your home? We have replaced halogen lights and all those things now with LED lights in our houses. Why do you want to use? What do you mean by efficient? Yeah, electricity bills are less, right? Energy costs are less. That is a major advantage. So I'll tell you why. These HPS lamps, they are between 400 watts to 1000 watts. Okay, meaning if you turn on these HPS lamps for 1 hour, let's say it's 1000 watt, okay, 1000 watt HPS light. You run that HPS light for 1 hour, that's 1 kilowatt hour. 1000 watts are consumed per hour. 1 kilowatt hour is 1 unit of electricity. So these are consuming 1 unit of electricity every hour. Every hour. One fixture consumes 1 electrical unit every hour. On the other hand, LEDs are operated at 100 watts. 100 to 150 watts generally. Meaning you have to run these LEDs for 10 hours to consume 1 unit of electricity. 10 times more efficient. So they generate a lot of light with less power. With 100 watts, they generate 250 to 300 micromoles, whereas these require almost 400 to 1000 watts to generate same amount of light. Yes, there is a benefit here. They are much wider in distribution. You will need fewer number of those HPS lights. They are also cheaper. But the problem with them is their spectrum is not ideal for plants and they consume a lot of electrical energy. So what the experience tells us is you may invest more on LEDs initially, but in a span of 10 years, you will recover the costs because you are paying less every month for electricity. That is the major benefit. So over time, the benefit shows up. And therefore, these LEDs are becoming very popular. There is one other thing I want to mention. These HPS lamps, those bulbs inside, I think their life is only 2 or 3 years. Afterwards, you have to replace the bulb. But the LEDs have a much longer life. 50,000 hours, 40,000 hours. A lot of, lifespan for them. So again, lot of benefits, pros and cons, negatives and positives of both lighting. And what type of lighting you want depends on your selection. If you have money to invest in LEDs, go for it because they're going to pay you over time in 10 years. But if you don't have money to invest in initial capital, then maybe HPS lamps are an alternative for you. Okay, those are the two major types of lights. Anywhere you go globally, these are the major two types of supplemental lighting in the greenhouses. But you need to know what are these LEDs and what are these HPS and why should I choose one over the other. Okay. Now let's talk a little bit more about LED lighting. Okay, so we talked about HPS and LED, we compared them. Now let's focus a little bit more on LEDs. You got two types of LEDs. Okay. Again, what are these graphs called? Spectral graphs, right? What is a spectral graph? On the x-axis you will find nanometers light, and for each nanometer, for example, if I am interested in 440 nanometers, that's the amount of intensity. If I am interested in, really touch sensitive, if I am interested in 500 nanometers, that's the intensity. So I can look at the intensity of every nanometer wavelength. That's a spectral graph. You get this type of information from a sensor called spectroradiometer. Okay, spectroradiometer. It's a little bit expensive compared to quantum sensor. Quantum sensor is, I told you yesterday, $250 to $400 each sensor. And that sensor measures the total amount of photons, number of photons falling in a meter square area per second. That sensor does not tell you whether you have more of green versus blue or red photons. It's only going to tell you the total amount of photons falling in one unit area. But if you want to get to that level of light composition and want to know how much the blue light is there, how much the green and red are there, you have to buy a spectral radiometer. The spectral radiometer gives you graphs like this, where you can go and say, okay, from here to here is blue and I want to do the total of that, here to here is green, here to here is red, so I can add all those numbers and I can get what percentage of blue is there, what percentage of red is there, you can determine from that. Okay. So these are the two spectral graphs, and these spectral graphs tell you that there are two types of LEDs. Okay. These are called broad spectrum LEDs, meaning you have light in all wavelengths from 400 to 700, right? Compare this graph with this graph. What is the major difference?
The second one, the energy is concentrated in the two bands only.
And is there any light in between?
No,
There is no light. There is no light. But here,
it is spread across.
continuous, broad band. It's broad. This is narrow band. Two colors, all colors. Broadband versus narrow band lighting. Okay. And the reason why you see these two is because the way these LEDs are manufactured. Most likely, if you see a bar like a broadband LED like this, the way they manufacture this is they start with blue LEDs. Okay, blue. These blue LEDs were discovered in 1960s, and that was like a revolution. And that's the reason why the discoverers got Nobel Prize too. The blue LEDs have a lot of energy, right? You know, the blue photons have a lot of energy, right? Because of the wavelength is smaller. So they start with blue LEDs, and they add, you know, like your fluorescent lights, the tube lights that we have in our house. If you have seen, if you have broken any of the tube lights, inside you have a coating, right? White coating, you will see that. Like that, they put a coating, what we call phosphor conversion. It's called phosphor conversion. We use a material called phosphor, and they put that phosphor, what we call doping, that's what it's called, on top of these blue LEDs. And when they do that, the blue LED generates all other colors of light. You are getting green, yellow, orange, red light from the blue light. And that's the reason why, so this has got a big blue peak here, there's a blue LEDs here, but then all the other colors are because of that phosphor conversion. So you get a full, broad, full spectrum LED lights here. The reason why they do this type of this is very cheap to do like that. Blue LEDs are very cheap, and from a few blue LEDs, you can get a lot of other colors too by applying that coating, the doping on that. That is one model. That is the most common one you will see. When you see a spectrum like this, you should almost immediately know, oh, okay, these are all based on blue LEDs, they are getting different other colors from blue. Okay, phosphor conversion. It's called phosphor conversion. The other model, these are more expensive. Here, there are two types of LEDs. What are those two types of LEDs? Red and blue. It's two separate. There is no phosphor, nothing there. You have red LEDs and you have blue LEDs. If you want 75% red light and 25% blue light, you put 75% red LEDs and 25% blue LEDs. That is expensive because you got to buy two separate types of LEDs. That's called narrowband. Okay, these are the two major types. You don't see often this in commercial applications because they're expensive. But if you're a researcher, probably this is one thing you might choose. Okay, all right. Let's say I want to make sure I did not. Yeah. Okay, so now we know there are two types of LEDs. I want to talk about a little bit more about a couple of terms, very, very applied terms. If you are buying LED lights, you need to keep this information in mind. And one of them is called photon efficiency. Okay, it's a term which is used to categorize different LEDs. So you go to the market, you have a greenhouse, and you want to buy some LED lights. and you know I want 250 micromoles intensity. You know that what intensity is, you know that there's a number of photons falling. You also will ask for composition. You will find, okay, it's got less blue light, it's got a lot of red lights, all good. Okay, so these are all the different criteria, right? When you go and buy a product, you look for specification, right? If you're buying a refrigerator, you want to know how much energy it consumes, you know how much cooling you get, how big it is, how small it is, you know what color it is, all that. Just like that for LEDs also, you will look at these things. But there is one more thing you should pay attention to when you are buying LED lights. That is called the photon efficiency. Okay, it is defined as light generated, the amount of light, intensity of light, okay, micromoles per meter square per second, okay, or micromoles per second, light generated per unit of electricity. So you give light, right? You plug this into the wall, and the electricity is going into the bar. For each unit, how much light is produced? The reason why you want to look at that is, the higher the photon efficiency, you see the higher the numbers, 2, 2.4, 2.5, electricity cost is what? Look at this graph. So if you look at this graph, hello, if you look at this graph, on the x-axis, what do you have? You have photon efficiency. On the y-axis, you have electricity cost, how much you will pay. As the photon efficiency is increasing, right, what is happening to electricity costs? Increasing. So that is why, that is why it is so important. You want to buy LED bars which have at least 2.5 photon efficiency of 2.5 micromoles per joule. This is the amount of micromoles of light produced per unit of joules of energy. Okay, that number 2.5 is something I want you to remember. If you buy products that are of lower photon efficiencies, your energy costs are going up. Now look at the photon efficiency of HPS and LEDs. HPS is around 0.7 at best, right here, 0.4 to 0.7. So you pay about 7.5 cents in this case, you know, in US currency, 7.5 cents. But your LEDs are right here, 2.5. You're paying 1/3 of that cost. So in addition to knowing how much light that bar generates, what is the composition of light you are getting, you should also ask the manufacturer what is the photon efficiency of that. Okay, those three criteria are absolutely important while selecting an LED light: intensity of light, composition of light, and the photon efficiency. If photon efficiency should be higher than how much? 2.5. Composition wise, what do you want to ask?
Red one.
More red, about 10-15% blue, and a lot more of red light. A little bit of green is okay. Now, people want to definitely add green light. Although they know that green light is more reflected, they do want to add a little bit of green light. The reason is very simple. If you have just the blue and red LEDs, the overall color is purple color. I think I have a picture here somewhere. Let's see. Let's go back. Look at this. That's purple color. If your entire greenhouse is of that color, after some time, you know, working in that greenhouse, you feel, your eyes will feel like, you know, it's a little bit strained because it's not white color, it's purple color. But the most disadvantage with the purple color is if there are some problems on the leaves, like, you know, diseases, you can't clearly see them in that purple color. Whereas if the color is white like this, which we are all accustomed to, you can clearly see the plants, you know, pathogen problems, disease problems, insect problems. So that's why what people do is they will keep 10-15% blue. They will also add a little bit of green, 15-20% sometimes, and then a lot of red, like 65%. When you add blue, green, and red, the color you see is more white in color. Three colors, red, green, and blue, you combine them, you get white color. So just for, you know, observation's sake, they add a little bit of green light. But there is also some research that shows that green light may have a potential value after it is absorbed, you know, things like that. But for this class, it's not that important. But remember that purple color, white color LEDs, okay? So this white color LED So I'm going to go back to the previous spectral graph, and I'm going to ask you, look at this white color LED and look at that purple color LED. Now let's go back to why is this not growing? I think we need to ask them. Okay, I think you should sit here all the time. There you. What did you do? You just did that. Okay, this is my finger maybe. Okay, look at these two graphs. Which one is white color? Which one is purple color? Out of these two LEDs,
First one is white.
this one is white.
Second one is purple.
Yeah. Why do you think this is white? Can anyone? Not you, but anyone else. Why do you think this is white? Because you have green. You have what else? Blue.
We have all the
All the three colors. That's why the broad spectrum LEDs are generally white. This color is purple. You got just two colors, purple. Okay. So you can look at the spectrum and tell what color it's going to be. Okay, we did this. So here is another term. So we talked about photon efficiency, right? Photon efficiency is something you should ask the manufacturer. But that photon efficiency is not in our case. It is in engineering term, right? It is what the manufacturers can increase, right? They have to come up with really good efficient LEDs, really good semiconductors. It is not something as greenhouse growers or greenhouse researchers we can change. It is already built into the fixture. We can't do anything after we buy it. But then after photon efficiency, if you want to really use the light in the most efficient way, there is another term called light use efficiency. Okay? And I want to explain that using these three graphs. The first one is, again, keep in mind why we are interested in this, because you are adding light, and that light, for that light you paid for the light, fixed cost, and you are paying every month electricity cost. So it is expensive. Every photon that comes from that artificial light, ideally you want that photon to be used by the plants. If you have plants here and the light is falling here, it's all wasted. You are paying for that, right? So what I'm trying to tell you now is, how do you maximize the use of that artificial light? The number one thing is, look at these two pictures. This and this, okay, just these two pictures. In which picture, with the left or right one, you will see more light being used? This one or this one? This. Why?
the largest surface area for light.
The leaves are intercepting, right? So the number one thing you want to do is, you want to make sure that the light is not being wasted, and most of the light is being used by the plants. So what we normally do in hydroponics or any other production is, when the plants are smaller, put them close by. So all the light falls on seedlings, and as the plants get bigger, space them out if possible. Okay. So number one factor is light interception by the leaves. The more light intercepted, the more efficient it is, right? So you don't want to waste the light. So especially when plants are small, a lot of light can get wasted because seedlings are tiny and everything light is falling outside of the seedlings and it's all getting wasted. So you want to at least keep them close by. Remember yesterday I talked about far red light, little bit about far red light, and I told you when you give a little bit of far red light, the leaves expand. Initially they give far red light for a week or so, and then afterwards they change to different light. You know the reason why they want the leaves to expand? Is that when the leaves expand, they intercept more light. All of that light is not, most of that light is used, less is wasted. Okay.
Image on the right one, the light is not very uniform. As we can see on a certain part of the leaf, there is a lot of light.
Yeah.
And on certain part, it is not that very much. But on the case of the left, the light is very uniform.
Yeah.
Yesterday, you told if the light is not very uniform, it will also have a negative effect on the
Sure,
plant.
sure. But this is just an example.
I think the left one is more efficient in that.
But I don't have the numbers to calculate, but I can with certainty tell you that there is a lot more light being wasted here than this one. But again, you know that bright spot, it's not artificial light, it's coming from sunlight. It's a picture from greenhouse. I just put it as an example for you. Okay. If you are growing these plants inside, under supplemental lighting, you won't see that type of patches. But this is just sunlight. This is an example to tell you why that leaf area, why that canopy coverage, the leaf area is so important for interception. That's all. Okay, nothing more than that. Okay, but again, remember, the quicker the leaves grow, the faster the leaves grow, the more efficiency you get from artificial light, because all those leaves are intercepting light and using those photons. The slower the plant grows, the more wastage it is for you. And so when you have smaller plants which are growing slower, you may want to keep them closer. There is another thing you can do with LED lights. Good, because he's asking questions and I'm getting more answers for you. Okay, so please ask more questions. With the LED bars, I forgot to mention one important characteristics. The LED bars, I don't know whether you experience this. You can touch the LED light and it will be kind of cool or warm to touch. It's not going to burn your fingers or like. If I touch the high pressure sodium lamps, I get a big burn in my. The LEDs are cool to touch. Because they are cool to touch, what you can do is you can put these LED bars close to the plants. What happens when I put, let's say you have a small plant, if I put the LED bar here, the light is going like this. A lot of light is getting wasted here when the plant is right here. But if I bring the bar down closer, the light is actually falling straight on the plant and the plants are getting a lot more light. So that advantage is there with LEDs. You can lower them to avoid such problems. You can either put more plants in that area, small plants, or you can bring the LEDs down. Okay, that's one advantage. You can't do that with high pressure sodium lamps. If you bring the high pressure sodium lamps should be at least 8 feet from the plants. If you bring them closer, they can scorch the plants. The plants can get pretty hot. Okay, another disadvantage with HPS. But the LEDs, you can do that. That's another way you can increase light diffusion. So the number one factor is light interception by plants. You always should try to maximize that. How do you maximize? Either put lots and lots of plants together on the light, or bring the light bars like LEDs down closer so less light is wasted. That's how you maximize light interception. The second factor is light absorption by plants. So the light falls on the leaves. That's called interception. Then that intercepted light is absorbed. How is light absorbed by plants? Pigments, right? Chlorophyll, xanthophylls, anthocyanins, all these pigments absorb light. So that would be the light absorption, and you see here there is light absorption. So here I am showing you the different pigments and where they absorb. Look for the chlorophyll. Chlorophyll is in either a solid green line or a dashed green line. Okay, chlorophyll is in green color pigment. So you see where the maximum chlorophyll absorption is. It's happening in the blue band, and it's also happening in the red band. So if I am using a high pressure sodium lamp which has got a peak in this area where chlorophyll doesn't absorb, so all of that light, although the leaves are wider, let's say you have a wide plant, the high pressure sodium light is falling on it, but there are not many pigments that absorb that yellowish or greenish bands there. So of course the yellow and greens are also absorbed, but little bit. You see that absorption of chlorophyll is very little in that range, but absorption of chlorophyll peaks in the blue and in the red band. So you want to really customize your light composition. So that's the second factor. So light interception, then light absorption. If you take care of these two things, then also that composition, the third thing is light quantum efficiency or photosynthetic efficiency. That is that. I've already shown you that. So if you take care of these three things, maximize light interception, maximize light absorption, and maximize photosynthetic efficiency by altering composition, you get the maximum light use efficiency. This is in our hands. Photon efficiency is done by the manufacturer. It's not in our hands. It's engineers who manufacture lights. So you want to make sure you buy a fixture which has got 2.5 at least photon efficiency. But after you buy lights, you have to do some cultural practices, or you have to do some selection such that light interception, light absorption, and photosynthesis are maximized. When you take care of these things, whatever dollars you, or rupees or money you put on these artificial lights, you get the maximum return from them. Otherwise, you will invest a lot and you waste a lot of money. Okay, I think that's the. If I'm not mistaken, is there any other? Oh yeah, this, I believe this is the last slide. This is just some other additional terminology. I want to talk about two things which you will commonly see if you are reading some papers. There are two terms called PPF and PPFD. Okay, two things, and I'm going to expand that for you. PPF stands for photosynthetic photon flux. Okay, photosynthetic photon flux. PPFD stands for photosynthetic photon flux density. Two things, and I'll explain them in a minute. Just remember the terms: photosynthetic photon flux and photosynthetic photon flux density. Okay. Now, can anybody tell me the units of light intensity? Units of light intensity per second, right? There is per meter square there in that unit. When you have per meter square, that is called photosynthetic photon flux density, PPFD. Okay. Now, when you are buying light from a company, the company won't give you PPFD values. They will give you PPF values. What they are doing is they take the lights in their company about approximately 2 feet below the light, they will measure the light intensity, just about 2 feet below, and they will give you values in micromoles per second, no meter square, just the flux of the light. Okay, so why is this important? So you may, let's say you look at go to a company and the company says, oh, our light gives you a photosynthetic photon flux of 250 micromoles per second. Oh, it looks very good, so I buy that, and I put it up here, and then I come and bring a quantum sensor and I measure the light. I see maybe 120, not 250. The reason why that is happening is shown in this picture. Look at this one. They are measuring the intensity of PPF right at that level, whereas your plants are down here. By the time that light passed from that to this, the intensity has gone down. Okay, so always companies sell based on the flux, higher numbers. They only measure about 2 feet below the light, because they don't know at what height your plants are in your greenhouse. You may put them close, you may put them far away. So they don't know about that. What they are doing is, at a standard height, 2 feet below the light, this is the amount of light you get. You should not always rely on that, because you may put the lights above or below, you don't know, it's your scenario. What you are really worried about is how much light is there on top of the plants, not 2 feet below the light fixture. What is important is what is the light above the plants, right above the top of the plants, and you want that number to be close to 250. If you want to get 250 micromoles here, the PPF should be at least 400 to 450 micromoles. Okay, so remember those two terms, PPF and PPFD. What you are interested is in PPFD, which is the intensity, micromoles per meter square per second, whereas the companies sell as micromoles per second. They don't normalize for meter square area. They are giving you some numbers right below the lamp, standard value. Okay, remember the difference. So a lot of things, right? This chapter is all about, lights, artificial lights. Hello, and what you can do when you what are the things you should keep in your mind when you are buying artificial lights? You have to look for light intensity values. You want the PPFD numbers close to 250 micromoles. You want to look for optimum quality or composition. You want to maximize the colors that enhance photosynthesis, the blues and the reds. And then you also want to look for the light that has highest photon efficiency, meaning your electricity costs are going to be less. If you keep these things in mind and look for lights, because investment in lights can be big in a greenhouse, okay? And you want to make sure that wherever money you're putting in, that money is properly done, the investment is properly done. You don't want to invest in some lighting with a lot of money and then figure out that, oh gosh, this is not the right type of light I want for my plants. This is too much of wastage, it consumes a lot of electricity, it doesn't have proper composition spectrum we need for plants. So knowing these things is critical, and that's the intention of this chapter. Very, very applied. Okay. The earlier chapter talked about what is intensity, what is composition, all that stuff. But then now we are applying those terms in this chapter, and we are trying to identify the best lighting. If it's going to be LED lights or high pressure sodium lamps. Both have got benefits, right? Who can tell me the benefits of high pressure sodium lamps? Benefits of high pressure sodium lamps. Go ahead.
So the first benefit is that it radiates a greater area
Illumination is wider.
Illumination is wider as compared to the LEDs, and also the number of high pressure sodium lamps will be lesser as compared to the LEDs.
Correct.
For radiating the same amount of area.
Correct. And what is the benefit of less number? Less investment, less cost. So your investment is less, light coverage is more. But what are the disadvantages then? High electricity. So you pay more for electricity costs. You may get a little benefit for the temperature. So it's actually added to the benefit side, not on the disadvantage side. But right, composition wise, right? Composition wise, you won't get that, right? But still, because of the cost is less, still high pressure sodium lamps kind of dominate the industry. People are worried about investment because LED investment is big. Like I said, you have to wait for 10 years to start seeing the benefits of, less electrical energy cost. So investment can be big for some people, and so they still want to invest in high pressure sodium lamps. But this chapter should give you enough knowledge to choose what you want, right? What you choose is up to you, right? What you choose is up to the grower, depending on their resources and how much they can invest. But at least you have now the knowledge. Oh, I want to choose this versus this because of A, B, C reasons, right? That's what it is about, okay? I think that's the last slide. Let's see if there is one more slide. No. Yeah, that's the last slide. Any questions on this chapter? I don't know what the time is, and this is not turning on today. Is it 10:30? 10:45. So we went over time. Okay. Well, we'll take a quick break, maybe. I don't know, maybe 10-minute break. Okay. Well, give me back 5 minutes. Okay. Instead of 15, take 10-minute break and come back in 10, and we'll start the temperature chapter. So, okay, it'll be very interesting. 10-minute break. So we finished light. So light is one of the factors that affect plants, right? Now you know, I mean, there are a lot of other things about light you'll probably hear from other faculty later on, but what I told you is totally related to greenhouse production. What you need to know, basics about light for greenhouses, and what are the different types of artificial lights, how you can select one versus the other, so kind of applied stuff there, okay? We'll do the same way for the temperature too. All right, temperature is another factor, very, very important factor that affects plants. Again, keep in mind, in greenhouses, you are trying to control the environment. You want to produce year-round. In order to produce year-round, you have to probably provide light, you have to control temperature, you have to control nutrients to supply to plant, you have to control water. So you're learning about how to control all those things, right? So now we talk about temperature, okay? So my focus will be on this particular, there are two chapters. One is related to cooling greenhouses, okay, which is much more important to you in this region. And then I also have a smaller chapter on heating greenhouses, okay. In some cooler parts, you will have to heat the greenhouses some time of the year. Maybe even here too, when if it is freezing outside, you can't grow crops inside the greenhouse without adding some heat. So maybe that is also useful too, but I'll spend more time on cooling greenhouses, okay. So I have a generalized sort of like a model here, okay. This shows how temperature affects plant growth, okay. Let's start from the optimum. What is the optimum temperature for plants? 20 to 25 degrees Celsius. So when I say optimum, again this is generalized. 90% of the crops fall into this. There are some special crops here and there whose optimum may be completely different. Okay, but most of the crops, the optimal value for temperature is between 20 to 25 degrees Celsius. Keep that number in mind. This is for growth. This is also for germination. Okay. Now, let's see what happens if you go from optimum to higher temperatures, this side. When the temperature increases from 25 to 30 degrees Celsius in the greenhouse, in that 5 degrees Celsius range, what you normally see is excessive growth. Well, wouldn't be excessive growth good? I mean, they are growing more, right? No, it is not good. I'll show you some pictures. When these plants grow excessively, you're losing the quality there. They are too lanky, too tall, weak, too much of petioles, elongation, things like that. Not good at all. Okay. But then if the heat goes above 30 degrees Celsius, you start seeing the heat damage. And I'll show some examples of what that heat damage looks like. But I want you to remember this, this picture, this temperature model here. Okay. 20 to 25 is what you want to maintain in a greenhouse. Throughout the year, if you want to produce crops throughout the year. On the other hand, sometimes it can get cooler outside. The greenhouse can be cooler, and if the temperatures are below 20, here you see excessive growth when the temperatures are higher than 25. If it is below 20, you see the growth is slowing down. Completely opposite response. And when the temperature further goes below 10 degrees Celsius, growth stops. Plants don't grow at all. I'm not telling you that they will die. I'm telling you that growth stops. If it goes below that, close to freezing, like 5 degrees, 4 degrees Celsius, that's where that cold damage may be there. That may result in death of the plants too. Okay? You see the model now? This is kind of like generalized thing I want you to remember. The opposite. Okay. So this is what I want you to remember as just a general rule of thumb. You want 20 to 25 degrees Celsius. All right? Okay?
Sir, is this like only applicable for the greenhouse, or naturally crops also get heat damage above 30 degrees centigrade?
Mostly applicable, it's applicable outside too. This is the general temperature regime.
Most of the crops we are consuming in India are heat damage crops.
I'm sorry?
Because 30, 35 is like normal here.
Yeah. What I'm saying is when you are in this range, maybe you're growing crops that are tolerant to that, right? Again, you may have 30 degrees Celsius, but you have nice winds outside that may kind of help in taking away that heat from the plants. The other way plants try to take care of the heat is by transpiring more. So if you're outside, the humidity is less, so they're transpiring, they're cooling the surfaces. But again, keep in mind, this is the general model for temperatures. You may be able to grow crops, you may be able to get some yield, but if you're growing the same crop at 20 to 25, you may get higher yields. That's all it means. So I was, the other day in January, I was in one of the South American countries, Central American countries, El Salvador, and they grow tomatoes on the plains and also on the hills. And they told me that almost always the yields for tomatoes on the hills much higher than what they're getting in the plains. And the reason is this: they can easily maintain, they can see this temperature in the hills, whereas this is where the plains are. Okay. Now, if it is outside, like you bring up, you can't do much, right? What can you do if the temperature goes up? But if it is a greenhouse, you can do something. So that is where this becomes important. And I'm going to tell you how you control the temperature in this lecture, but that is the power you get in a greenhouse. I can now bring the temperatures, my outside temperature is here, I'm going to do something and bring it to here, so I get more high quality and higher yields in a greenhouse. By the way, what we commonly see in a greenhouse is that if let's take the example of tomatoes. If you're growing tomatoes in the field, about 30 to 35% of the crop, the quality is less. Sometimes you even throw it away because of the heat stress, drought stress, pest problem, things like that, the harvestable product is probably going to be around 65% of the total crop you get. But in greenhouses tomatoes, we can harvest up to 90% because the plants are less stressed. You manage the environment. Okay, that's another big advantage. You can produce more. You can also get a higher harvestable crop. Okay? But again, keep this as a rule of thumb. This is what the plants like. You can't do much outside because nothing is in your control, but you can do something in a greenhouse. Maybe bring it. Maybe you're growing in this range, and maybe you can bring it closer to this range. Yeah.
But sir, this is subjective to the weather also. Na? For example, in the summer or winter season we are cultivating, this temperature might vary a little bit left and right both. For example, for the Kharif season crops or the summer crops that we grow in June, around June or May, June, July 1, the excessive temperature, they can tolerate a higher range of temperature in comparison to the
Very plastic. They try to adapt, acclimate, not adapt, acclimate to the changing environment. But all of those acclimation factors have a trade-off. When you grow the plants at this temperature, you get the highest yields. That's all I'm trying to say. Okay, this is the best. The word optimum is important here. This is the best temperature. If you can manage that, you get the highest yields in most of the crops. Thank you. Of course, it's not easy. It's not easy in the field, and it's also sometimes not easy in a greenhouse to do that. When it is like 100 degrees outside, 100 degrees Fahrenheit or for 35 degrees Celsius, whatever that is outside, if you want to maintain 20 degrees or 25 degrees inside, it takes a lot of cooling. And therefore, you need a really good cooling system, right? So, you may not be able to maintain that. What I am trying to convey to you is that this is how plants respond in general. This is their behavior, their physiology. They like this. This is the best temperatures. Okay, that's all I want you to take from this slide. Okay, don't too much interpret at this stage. Okay.
So this is applicable to all parts of the plant, for example, root zone, leaves. So sometimes
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
root zone might have different.
Yeah, and it's a good question. I will give you an example. It's a very kind of special scenario in regions where I do research. It's a very cold region. Okay, winters are very cold, and so during winters we heat the greenhouses. Okay, so I'm growing a crop like lettuce or spinach, leafy greens. Okay, they're small plants, and you're heating the entire greenhouse. Okay, the plant is just a small, occupying a small volume, whereas you're heating entire, so it costs us a lot. So we've been thinking of all the time, how can we reduce our heating costs? So we did a research where what we did was we maintained the greenhouse air cooler, like about 55 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's close to 12 degrees Celsius. See, it's not this, it's 12 degrees Celsius in this range. Okay, we maintained the air cooler, but we sent, so it's hydroponic crop production. So we sent warm water to the root system. The water temperature was in this range. So the air was in this range, the water was in this range, and the crop was just same as what we get when we actually maintain air at this temperature. So yes, for root zone also, it did help. So I think a couple of things happened there. While maintaining this temperature in the root zone, you know, the root growth was optimum. Roots were growing well, they're respiring and growing well, so the nutrient uptake was optimized. But then also in hydroponics, when we were maintaining 20 to 25 in the root zone, that warm air kind of maintained slightly warmer temperature in the crop microclimate. Not the entire greenhouse, but just that microclimate of the crop, you may have seen a slightly warmer temperatures. So when you maintain root zone, you're not isolating the temperature to just the root zone. The heat will slowly escape into the surrounding microclimate too. So that is also possible. So there are some effects of both. We can't separate those two, but there was a clear benefit when we maintained roots at this and the air at this temperature in the greenhouse. We got the same yield as maintaining optimum temperature for the entire greenhouse. But the biggest advantage we got was because the air was at cooler temperature, our heating cost went down significantly. The water volume was less, the water was sent through some closed systems, so we were able to hold the heat longer inside the water, and so the cost went down for us. But going back to your question, is that ideal for root zone temperature too? Yeah, for the root zone, we saw this for the germination of seedlings too. We try to germinate seedlings at 10, 15, 20 all the way. But I'll show some examples on the next slide. But these are good questions. Temperature is a very, very important aspect, okay? I think if I don't mention this next slide, I will talk about it, but let me see. Well, before we get here, I want to talk a little bit more. So how does light affect plant growth? We talked about light, right? So can you tell me why is light important? I think we asked this question before. Light is important for photosynthesis. Photosynthesis is related to growth, right? We get it. But temperature is slightly different. Temperature also affects growth, but temperature affects one more thing. It's called development. So growth, development, two different things. How do you differentiate growth and development, right? Growth is increase in size, simple. Today the plant is 4 feet tall, 10 days later the plant is 5 feet tall, it increased in size. Increase in size is growth, simple. But with the development, it is change in the stage, a phase. The plant is of the same growth, but this plant is at a vegetative stage, maybe this plant is at flowering stage. That is influenced by temperature. So temperature influences both growth and development. Development is not increase in size, is a change in the state or phase of the plant. You want more flowers, you want early flowers, you want less flowers, you play with temperature. I'll give you an example. In the United States and also in many Western countries, Easter is a very famous festival. You know Easter? Before Good Friday or after Good Friday, you get Easter, right? And in many Western countries, whenever you have the festivals like Easter, Christmas, you celebrate with plants. You give plants as gifts. For Christmas, they give poinsettias. I showed you a picture of poinsettias, red bracts, right? This is Christmas. For Easter, we have something called Easter lilies. There are Easter lilies. These are like lily flowers, big lily flowers. They're potted plants, white color flowers, Easter lilies. Very, very popular for Easter. That's why they call Easter lilies. The important thing is, there is no market for Easter lilies after Easter. If you produce these pots, these flowers after Easter festival, nobody is going to buy them. But you have to bring these potted flowers into the market 2 weeks before Easter for them to be sold or for them to be bought by people, because they buy them and they give them to others. So you got a tiny, tiny window, 2 weeks. You have to make sure that your product is in the market 2 weeks before Easter. Okay. So you know what they do? If you go to places like California, where there are a lot of greenhouses, they produce hundreds and thousands of Easter plants. It's a big investment in greenhouses. And what they do is, in Easter lilies, we know that there are certain number of nodes. So each node has a leaf, right? So certain number of leaves should unfold, open up before the flower comes out. Okay, very simple. There are, let's say, 22 nodes. So 22 leaves should open up, then you get the flower. So what these people, greenhouse growers do, they go to the plants. So they know that they have that 2-week window. They have to bring the plants before 2 weeks. So 2 or 3 months before, when they start the crop, they go to some random plants, they cut the plants and they count the nodes with a sort of like a magnifying glass. And they know that if each node takes 2 days to throw a leaf, and if there are 10 more nodes, they know that it's 20 more days before the flower comes out, right? So there are, let's say, 20 nodes, and each node has a leaf, and for that leaf to open it, let's say it takes 2 or 3 days. So approximately 20 times 2, 40 days. They know that number now, approximately. And then they back calculate to that day. Oh, it's 40 days within the range, or we are too late or too early. If they are too late, you know what they do? They increase the temperature of the greenhouse. When they increase the temperature, the leaf unfolding becomes faster. Instead of 2 days, the leaves start coming up in 1 day. Developmental shift. So they will match the flower inflorescence to come out of the plants to just the 2-week window by manipulating temperature. This is how useful it is in floriculture production. If you give plants cooler temperature, they don't flower. The flowering time is increased in some species. If you give warm temperatures, you may get faster flowering. You can play with all economical things like in floriculture industry. with temperature. Temperature is so critical and important. Okay, developmental shifts. Okay, just so you know. So here are some examples of different crops and how temperature affects them, and we'll go with one picture at a time. So here is lettuce crop, and this is actually one of my greenhouses. One of my master students a couple of years back, he was working with lettuce, and this is summer for us, and the temperatures went close to 30 degrees Celsius. It was a greenhouse, we couldn't manage because it was too hot outside. We were only able to get by 5 degrees Celsius lower. And so what happens? This is excessive growth. This is excessive growth. And you may see this plant as a big plant, but quality wise it's a very poor quality plant. The petioles have elongated, you know. Remember that lettuce plant I've shown you, nice compact plant. Compare that with this one. It's all lush growth and nobody's going to buy it. Quality, yellow color, leaves, things like that. That's example of excessive growth with higher temperatures. Can anybody identify this plant? What is this? Red salvias, right? You see the effect of that. 24 degrees, 27, 32, and 38 degrees, and see what's happening there, right? Yes, you're right. You have temperatures like this outside, but that's what happens to salvias. You get a lot of growth at 24 compared to 28. Abortion of the flowers, plant size is decreased, growth and development both are affected there, right? Size is smaller, the number of flowers are much more compared to here. And when you get close to 40 degrees, the leaves are also senescing and dropping, right? Look at strawberries. This is the optimum temperature for strawberries. 55 degrees at 10, 12 degrees at night, 20 degrees during the day. But you bring it to 30 degrees, what's happening to strawberry fruit? Becomes smaller, shriveled, not good quality, just like this one, right? This is what you see because of the high temperatures, right? And look at tomatoes too. Tomatoes is known to be, heat tolerant, right? But you see bruising, damages in tomatoes at really high temperatures. See that what we call, you see the fruits, on the fruit there will be cracks. I mean, it's not a nice smooth fruit, you'll see cracking on the fruit. The cracking is because of temperature, excess growth and not proper filling of the fruit. Fruit filling is not there, but it's growing rapidly, so it cracks. Drought also causes that fruit cracking. Sometimes, you see this bruising and sort of like, fluid areas, that's all because of the excess heat. So temperature has a big role on growth, quality, development, everything. Just as an example to show you, it affects all species, not just flowers, not just fruit, everything, okay? Like we talked about DLI. What is DLI? Anybody remembers DLI? Right, for the light. There is a term like that for temperature too, and that is called MDT, mean daily temperature. The reason why I said DLI is that plants respond to DLI, not to instantaneous light intensity, like every second. No, plants respond to DLI. Likewise, plants also responds to MDT, not like 10 minutes of warm temperature then followed by 10 minutes of cool temperature. No, they don't respond to those things. They make changes to their metabolism, to their growth, and to their development based on that MDT, mean daily temperature. Okay, so what is mean daily temperature? It's the day temperature, and I got several cases here, but you see in all these cases, what is the mean daily temperature? Same. But see here, I'm sorry, I'm putting in Fahrenheit because in the United States we use Fahrenheit, miles and things like that, pounds, whereas in India it's all Celsius, kilometers and kilograms, right? So, but this was probably a slide I made for greenhouse growers in the United States. So, but again, 59 degrees Fahrenheit, you can convert it whatever you want. But you see that the same temperature in all these three cases, but look at here, it's got a 70 degree Fahrenheit during the day for 12 hours and 48 at night. And so mean daily temperature is 70 plus 48 by 2, 59. Second scenario, you got 65 day 12 hours and 53 night 12 hours. Again, it's 59. It's the mean temperature. What is during the day or what is the night, it doesn't matter. It's the mean temperature, okay? And in this case, the third case is 70 degrees for 14 hours and 44 for 10 hours. Still, you get the same mean daily temperature. So plants are responding to that number, not to this number or much to this number. not to the daytime or the nighttime. Of course, there are some species that do that. They're very, very sensitive to nighttime temperatures or daytime. But in general, plant response is to that average there. Okay? So I want you to remember that. What the mean daily temperature means and how that affects plants. Okay? I may have a slide after this. Yeah, you can see here. There's another term after the mean daily term I want you to remember. It's called base temperature. This is the temperature at which the growth stops. Remember I told you there is a temperature at which growth will stop. And here are some species. These are all floricultural crops, and you can see that is the temperature. 36 degrees is pretty close to 0 degrees, or maybe 1 or 2 degrees Celsius. Okay, but this is a different temperatures at which the species growth completely stops. Okay, and I think you may have heard about the term called growing degree units or growing degree days. That's what they use. That is nothing but the mean daily temperature minus this base temperature. Okay, so let's say the mean daily temperature was 59, right? From the last slide, again example 59, and let's say the base temperature is 36. 59 minus 36 is what? 23. That is the 23 degrees Fahrenheit is what is actually being used for growth. The more that number, the more growth happens. Okay, the growth happens as the difference between mean daily temperature and the base temperature. So you need to know what that base temperature it is. This is the temperature at which the growth will stop. No more growth. Plant growth responds to the mean daily temperature. So the difference between that and this is what is actually being used as growing degree units. Okay. Just some concepts about temperature, but we're going to dive into the main part in a few minutes here. But I want you to understand why temperature is important. Temperature is important because it affects two things, not just the growth, but it also affects the development. Okay, there are concepts like mean daily temperature, the base temperature, there is an optimum temperature for plants. You need to know all that information. Right? So here is, I think this is for generalized for India. Okay, I got this information from the web, but you can see the different months on the x-axis. Okay, and temperature in Celsius in the north and southern part of India. Different months doing the different. This is the average temperature. Now, this is just an average. It can be much higher than this or it can be much lower than this, but this is the average for the last 20 years or something. Okay, just to use it. And you can see that this is the optimum, isn't it? 20 to 25. I told you that 20 to 25 is the optimum, right? Did I? No, no. So south is higher always. South is higher in summer. Okay. Some of the months you're right, in January, February, you're seeing this, but I know what you're saying. This is what you're confused, right? But I thought too. But this is the data, by the way. This is the 20-year average. And you may be right. And I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of information in this data. But look at this. Whether it is south or not, what I'm trying to point to is that for the majority of the year, right, it's in the 30 to 35 range. That's what I'm trying to convey to you. Okay. That means when I'm saying that 20 to 25 is optimum and your majority of the temperatures are in the 30 to 35 range, what does that mean? If you have a greenhouse, outside air temperature is always 30 to 35 degrees Celsius, and I'm telling you that you should maintain 20 to 25 inside greenhouse, how do you get to that? You have to cool the greenhouse. Cooling becomes important. The point I'm trying to make from this slide is that based on the data, whatever the source is, there may be a source here, but based on this data, majority of the months, you have to cool the greenhouse under Indian conditions to maintain that 20 to 25 degrees. If you want to get to 25 degrees Celsius, it is simply not possible. The reason is this: if outside is 30 or 35 and you put a greenhouse with a cover on it, inside will be like 40, 45 without cooling. That's called greenhouse effect, right? The light is coming, radiation is coming, and it's not going anywhere, and so it heats up the air inside. So you have to bring the temperature. This is outside temperature, by the way. So what I'm trying to emphasize here is that it appears that under Indian conditions, it's true also for us in many months in the United States we have to cool, but appears that all the way from, I will say, March through October, the outside air temperature is going to be 30 to 35, and if you don't cool your greenhouses, you may not get a quality crop. It is absolutely required to cool the greenhouses. Now, how do you cool is a different question. That's what we'll learn next. But I'm trying to justify, using this data, that cooling greenhouses is important in India. Do you agree to that or not? Right? Based on the data. All right. Yesterday was 90 degrees Celsius outside. I'm sorry, Fahrenheit outside. It was so hot. And if you have a greenhouse that's so, it will be, if you don't cool here, even in this part of the country, it'll be pretty hot inside. So cooling is important. Cooling is absolutely required. Probably if you go up to Kashmir and those areas, maybe you can get away a little bit in summers. But maybe for the majority of the country, cooling becomes important. If you are in a hilly region, maybe you can get away a little bit. You get a benefit of that, right? But for the majority of the plains in the country, it is going to be in the range of 30 to 35 degrees Celsius, and that is going to, which means you're required to cool the greenhouses. Okay, so that's the point here. That's all it is. All right, so now let's understand about how do you cool and what are the basics you need to know about cooling greenhouses and what you can do, which is the best option for you. Okay, I'm going to give you so many options. You can choose. It's always good to choose a couple of options together rather than one. Okay, that's what I'm going to do on this slide. When is we supposed to finish this class? Do you know? It's 9:30, 11:45, 11:35 is the last lecture, and then we have another lecture after that. Right? Okay, we may go a little more than that. We'll probably shuffle a little bit. Okay, because we probably have 6-7 slides more to finish this. So I might take another 15 minutes to finish this. All right. So the first and foremost important thing I want all of you to know is that if you have a greenhouse and it's pretty hot, don't keep just few plants. Fill the greenhouse with plants, because the plant itself is helping you to cool the greenhouse. I'll tell you why. You all know what is transpiration. Anybody who does not know about transpiration? It's okay, please raise your hand. I will explain it. We all know transpiration, right? Everybody knows. What is transpiration then? Why do plants transpire? Okay, you go and tell me. Why do plants transpire? What is transpiration? Anything is fine. Just feel free. We're all one unit, right? Uptaking water. But any other reason why plants transpire?
Maintain the temperature.
Yeah, the number one reason plants transpire is to cool their surfaces. Why do we sweat? Exactly the same as transpiration. Okay, transpiration is similar to perspiration. Okay, but you got pretty close. Because of transpiration, you are taking water. Right? The water uptake is happening because of transpiration. So when plants transpire, they are cooling the surfaces. So what is exactly happening? Let's look at the physics of that a little bit. So there is a leaf, okay, leaf surface. There are small pores on the leaf. What are those called? Stomata, right? Tiny pores. And water from inside is coming to the junction of stomata, still liquid water, right? Still liquid water. It's coming right to that stomata, and that water is gaining the energy from air. It's a pore, right? It's open. So the water molecule now gains the energy from air, uses this energy for state transfer, latent heat. So it becomes from liquid to vapor. Not steam, vapor. There's a difference between steam and vapor, okay? And it becomes vapor and then it evaporates. That's transpiration. But what is happening? The water molecule is picking the heat from where? From the air. If your greenhouse is hot, there is a lot of energy in the air. The water molecule is picking up that energy in evaporation process. Let's say now you have a greenhouse with only 10 plants and you have a greenhouse with 1,000 plants. All those 1,000 plants are transpiring. They are picking the heat from the air and becoming vapor. So those plants are actually lowering the temperature of the greenhouse compared to the group of plants that is just 10 plants here. You see the difference what plants are doing? That's what exactly I mean. They require 970 BTUs to evaporate. Water won't simply evaporate like that. They have to pull a lot of energy from the air. And so keeping the greenhouse filled with plants is one of the best ways to keep the greenhouse cooler. Oh, my greenhouse is hot, I'm not going to add plants. No, you are actually not doing the good job. Okay, that's the number one reason. Okay, all right, I'm going to share you so many other ways you can keep the greenhouse cooler, but this is one of the reasons. All right, does it make sense why plants are important? All right, the next one is shade cloth. This is probably what they normally use in India too, right? They put a shade cloth. What does a shade cloth do? When you put a shade cloth, what happens? Why do you put a shade cloth? Radiation won't get through, right? And radiation is the main source of heat. So you are reducing the amount of light that gets into the greenhouse, and in doing so, you also reduce the temperature of the air. But there is a problem with this method. What is the problem? The problem is you are lowering the light. Plants need light for growth. So we want to make sure that you use this as the last option, not as the first method. If you can't control the temperature with any other method, go to this method. Put a shade cloth. But when you are putting a shade cloth, try to use a cloth that provides maybe 35 to 40% shade, maximum up to 50% shade. Don't go beyond that. At least allow 50% of the light to get into the greenhouse. Okay? I've seen people putting a shade cloth inside the greenhouse, but the best method is to put the shade cloth actually outside the greenhouse. Okay?
So these shade clothes have some VLT values, the visible light transmission values, which we have to go.
Some of the shade cloths have increased diffusion, the diffusivity rates, but it is all, it's not a big deal there. What is more important is you want to reduce a certain percentage of radiation getting through. But what is important is you can put a shade cloth inside the greenhouse at the top of the greenhouse, but the point right there is already the solar radiation has entered the greenhouse, right? It's already inside the greenhouse and you are trying to just distribute at the top, but rather you would put it outside. That is the most effective way to reduce even that radiation to get inside.
In this image, the intermittent shading is
right. I'm going to talk about this image in a second. So now what you're seeing here is called, this is an automated shading system. This is inside the greenhouse. It's not outside the greenhouse. And what we do is the computer systems pull the shade cloth automatically when they are not able to maintain greenhouse temperature. Okay, they roll over, they pull the shade cloth away, and this is very common in majority of the greenhouses in the United States, completely automated. But there are also systems where you roll shade cloth manually and bring it down. You can also do that. Okay, but again, this number is important. Try to at least maintain 10 moles per meter square per day, even with a shade cloth. So plants have some light to grow. Or what you can also do is put the shade cloth during the afternoon times when the solar radiation is very high. The reason why I say afternoon is, if you look at generally the plant metabolism, plants grow very well in the morning and maybe a little bit towards the afternoon, but in the middle of the day, like between 12 and 3 p.m., their growth kind of slows down because it's the stressful part of the day. Generally, stomates also close a little bit during that time to conserve water. So you may want to just use that time to, for the shade cloth. But last resort, not the first one. Okay. This may be more important because most of the greenhouses I see in India are naturally ventilated poly houses. Okay. So I want to talk about a little bit. I want you to remember, so tomorrow when you are trying to build a greenhouse or when I'm going to provide a recommendation on a greenhouse, there are a few things you want to keep in mind for temperature control. You notice this greenhouse is this, what we call, in the United States, we call this as a high tunnel, okay, or a hoop house. This is nothing but a poly house, simple poly house. You have just a structure and a polyethylene, right? You are describing me just a structure and a polyethylene, that's all we have here. But notice that you have two things here. We have a side vent, you see that side vent here, right there, and then you have a ridge vent, two. So it's kind of clear in this picture, this is the side vent and that's a ridge vent. Hot air, if air gets hot, the hot air is lighter, meaning it raises up. It raises up. Okay, so when the air in the greenhouse gets heated up, that hot air raises up. It's not here. Most of the hot air is up here. Okay, of course there is a gradient there. So the way to get rid of this heat from the greenhouse is by providing ventilation. So you create side vents. So as the wind is blowing, it takes the hot air and pushes it outside, natural ventilation. But also when the wind is blowing, you have a ridge vent up here. The wind hits on this side, it creates sort of like a low pressure on this side, okay, on the leeward side, and that low pressure pulls the air outside. That's the mechanism there for the ridge vent. You see up there the ridge vent opening. So as the wind is blowing like this, the hot air is in here and it creates a low pressure on this side, high pressure on this side. It creates high pressure on this side and low pressure on this side. Because of the low pressure, the hot air comes outside. That's a natural mechanism. Okay. So you need not just the side ventilation, but you should also put ridge ventilation. Two of them, important. But there are certain considerations here, very important. Number one, all of this will work only when there is, if there is no wind, no use. Done, you're done, right? That's number one. You should at least have, I would say, 5 to 10 kilometers per hour wind to get a good, decent control inside. Let's say you have wind, now then you should ask me, then how much this should be, what are the dimensions, what is the length and width of the side ventilation, what is the length and width of that top ventilation. That's very, very important. Whenever you are building a greenhouse and they are saying, oh, we're going to provide you ridge ventilation and side ventilation, then you should ask them what is the area of the ridge ventilation or side ventilation. So here is the rule of thumb. The side ventilation, both sides, this side area and this side area should be 15 to 20% of the area of the greenhouse. So what does that mean? Let's say this greenhouse is 10 meters by 50 meters, okay? 10 by 50, 500 meters square, that greenhouse. I'm telling you that the area of the side ventilation should be at least 15% of that 500, which is 75 meters square, right? You should at least, at a minimum, you should create an area of 75 meters square. So 40 meters square on this side, maybe 40 meters square on that side, okay? And then you can create length and width based on that, but the area is important, 40 meters square, number one rule, okay? The ridge ventilation should be also 15% of the ground area. That's number two rule. And the third thing is the ridge ventilation, it should open at 60-degree angle. See that angle right there, that should be 60 degrees. You don't want it to be open like this, or you don't want it to be too small. You want a 60-degree angle. So if you keep these three things, you are appropriately specifying what you need for natural ventilation. Okay? 15% ground area should be the area of the ridge ventilation or the side ventilation, and the ridge ventilation should be at least 60-degree angle opening when it opens.
What is this case receive some good winds and they can put some like on the by increasing the side of side winds and put on some windmills nearby so that they can use renewable energy as well. The energy is generated and they get the ventilation aspect as well.
For the windmills, you need a lot more wind velocity than what you generate here. But if you are in a place where there is a lot of winds, this is a very good option, side ventilation. But you also have some problems like the structural problems, right? The greenhouse can be blown away. You will learn about that. But definitely, if you are in an area where there is a lot of winds, the wind energy, capturing that can be useful. You can use that wind energy to generate fans and things like that later on, right? Right, and that's what I'm going to talk next. I don't know why I got here.
Sir, one more question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, for the side vent, the proportion of the area on the both sides should be equal, or it can vary.
It should be equal, left and right. So then it goes to the question, if you are in an area where there is no wind at all, you don't have any other option than creating artificial ventilation. Natural ventilation is through wind and convection. When there is no option, then you have to go only at least for exhaust fans. So when you create an exhaust fan, you put fans on one side and then you put windows on the other side, right? You want to place your fans on the windward side. I'm sorry, the leeward side. So then what is a windward side and what is a leeward side? Okay, the direction from which the wind is coming is the windward side, simple, and the opposite direction is the leeward side. So if you put the fans on the leeward side, the fans are pulling the air, right, hot air from the greenhouse outside, so it is easy for the outside air to come inside, but if it is on that windward side, more air will get into the greenhouse. So make sure that number one, the fans that you put, they are on the leeward side, so they can pull the wind nicely into the greenhouse. That's number one rule. Then the second question is, okay, I have a fan, what is the capacity of the fan? Am I just going to go by whatever the manufacturer tells me, or I am going to actually calculate this capacity that I need for my greenhouse? Yes, you can calculate, and the rule of thumb is this: 10 cubic feet per minute per square feet, 10 CFM per square feet. Okay, again this is in square feet. You can convert into meter square, cubic meters per, but I'll give you an example. Let's say you have a greenhouse 30 feet by 100 feet, okay, 30 by 100. So the area is what? 3000 square feet, 30 by 100, okay. For every square feet, 10 CFM. Now you have what? 3000 square feet area. That means your fan should be 30,000 CFM capacity. Let me repeat one more time. So you have a greenhouse which is 30 feet by 100 feet, 30 by 100. So what is the area? 30 times 100, 3000. That is the area of your greenhouse, number one. What I am telling you is that the fan capacity should be 10 cubic feet of air should be exhausted every minute by the plant. CFM stands for cubic feet per minute. 10 cubic feet of air should be vented out every minute for a square feet of greenhouse area. But you have 3000 square feet of greenhouse area. So 10 times 3000, 30,000 CFM is the fan capacity. Okay, 30,000 CFM, rule of thumb, very simple calculation. So don't go by somebody saying, oh, just get this one, get that fan. You should really spec it properly. Yeah, one more time, yes. So let's take a greenhouse. What are the dimensions of the greenhouse? 30 feet by 100 feet. So what is the area of the greenhouse? 3000 square feet. What am I giving you? The rule is 10 cubic feet of air should be vented every minute per 1 square feet area of the greenhouse. But your greenhouse is 3000 square feet. So 3000 times 10, 30,000 cubic feet should be. Now what you can do is, oh, this is 30,000 is a big number, so you can buy 2 fans, each with 50,000, 15,000 capacity. Put one fan on this side and another fan on that side, and each is about 15,000. I would always say add another 10% more, because the companies say it is 30,000, you may not get 30,000, right? Efficiencies may be dropping because of the electrical energy, all this. Just to be safe, add another 10% more. In this case, maybe 35,000 CFM. That is the capacity for that greenhouse. And put 2 fans on which side? The leeward side. And then make windows on the openings on the windward side, so when the fans are running, they pull the air into the greenhouse. Okay. Now, this is good. Now you have artificially created the ventilation. So now even there is no wind, you are actually able to exhaust the heat from greenhouse outside. But what are you bringing inside? You are bringing in outside air. But if outside air is hot, you are only bringing hot air into the greenhouse, right? Of course, you are venting air. The greenhouse air is probably hotter. I get it. You are venting it, that's good, but you are not getting cooler inside. If it is hot outside, you are only bringing hot air inside. So that is the problem. Then what do? You go to cooling pads, fan and pad system. Okay. See how we are moving from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4th step, right? It all depends on your location, your situation, your resources. If you are just buying exhaust fans, good, cheaper. But now I'm in an area where, it's always hot. You got to cool the air. So cooling pads, they work exactly the same way as your air coolers. Remember air coolers? Small boxes in your homes, right? Exactly the same way. See here is an exhaust fan, 2 fans in a greenhouse, right? And these fans are pulling air. What is that side? That side is what? Leeward side. And you put the pads on? Very important, remember that. Pad should always be done on windward side. Okay? Pads on the windward side. And pads can further help you lower by another 5 to 10 degrees Fahrenheit than outside. Now you are getting cooler air into the greenhouse. Okay? It is not cooling like big, like 20-25 degrees Fahrenheit. It is only giving you a small advantage, maybe another 10 degrees Fahrenheit lower. But maybe that's better. Maybe that will fit. You know, if you are at 30 degrees, you're bringing it to 20 degrees, that's good, right? So you get some benefit. But there are a few things I want you to remember. First, I want you to understand how this cooling pad system works. Very simple. What we call evaporative cooling. Same thing is happening in an earthen pot. You know, you have earthen pots in villages, they pour water and cover it with a cloth. The water will be cooler inside. Evaporative cooling. Water is evaporating through the holes of the pot, clay pot, and when it is evaporating, it is cooling. So let me explain what's going on. So I may have a picture. So this is a cooling pad, right? These are cooling pads, okay? And the water is flowing down the cooling pads. All right, let's go back again to this right here. So the water is flowing down. So these fans are pulling air, and the air is coming from outside. So the outside air comes in contact with the water that's going down in the pad. Hot air comes in contact with water. Right there, that heat exchange happens. The water is picking up the heat from the air, and when it picks up the heat, just like transpiration, water evaporates. The greenhouse becomes more humid, but cool air enters the greenhouse. The hot air is losing the heat to the water, water is evaporating, but cool air enters the greenhouse. That's the mechanism, evaporative cooling. Same thing is happening those cooler, the air coolers or swamp coolers we use. Okay. Now, this chart I kind of showed you before, but I wanted to explain one more thing. If your greenhouse is located in a, now what did I tell you? The water is flowing down the pads, hot air is coming, and there is an exchange between air and water in terms of temperature. But if the air already has a lot of water, it is already humid, the exchange won't be efficient. You see what's going on here? If the air is very dry and hot, you get the best heat exchange. But if the air is humid and hot, you get some exchange but not a lot. That is very, very important. So this fan and pad system is most efficient in dry and hot areas. Like Rajasthan, I was going to say that. Okay? But here it is hot and humid. In such conditions, you won't get the expected 10 degree Fahrenheit decrease in temperature. You may get 2 or 3 degree Fahrenheit decrease in temperature. And what do you do in these areas? You have to go for air conditioning. Not like this. We run coils. Inside the coils, we send a coolant. There's a cold, liquid going through the coils, and air is blown through those coils. Heat exchange happens, and cool air comes inside. That works, but it's more expensive than fan and pad system. Okay. Now that is exactly what I'm showing you in this graph. Look at this graph. This is what that carrier person came up with. Okay, what we call psychrometric chart. This psychrometric chart will tell us what will be the greenhouse temperature inside the greenhouse for a given outside air temperature and humidity. I want you to look at this number. So let's say outside air is at 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, this line. All right, this line. Outside air is at 80 degrees Fahrenheit, and when outside air is 80 degrees and the humidity is 40%, the inside can be 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Remember that, okay? Number one. But let's say the same air, outside air is at 80, but outside is at 80, but the humidity is 60% now, the inside temperature is going to be 70 degrees, not 60. So it is not just dependent on outside air, it's also dependent on relative humidity. The more humidity, less control of temperature, less reduction in temperature. At 40% humidity, you are able to get 60 degrees Fahrenheit, but at 60% humidity, you are only able to bring the greenhouse to 70 degrees Fahrenheit. That's what the psychrometric chart tells. And this chart is available, is very standardized, and you can actually calculate with some close approximation what the greenhouse temperatures will look like. But I want you to remember that. There is one more thing. I think we are getting out of time here, but this probably will be the last slide. But this is very, very important. But again, when it comes to, I told you how do you select a fan, exhaust fan capacity. But there are also some rules for selecting pads. You should not simply go by company says I want to buy 40 square feet of pad. No, no, no. There are rules for that too. And I put that in here. By the way, all of you should be getting these slides very soon. Okay, I think they're waiting on some other faculty members' lectures, and they'll give you a packet. But I want you to understand now, okay, and then you'll have this information with you. Okay, so how do you calculate the pad area? Here is an example. Okay, so we'll start with greenhouse area. In this case, the greenhouse has 1000 square feet area. 1000 square. You may have a different area, but I'm just going to give you an example. 1000 square feet. So when you have 1000 square feet, how much of the air you should exhaust? 10,000, right? Because 10 times 1000, you got it. Okay, that's 10,000 cubic feet per every minute. Cubic feet per minute. That's what you determine for the fan capacity. So the fan is exhausting that much. That's the first thing you calculate. Then you should know something called air velocity specification. That's a constant. It's a value that you get from manufacturers of these pads. For these are cellulose pads. Okay, very, very popular cellulose pads. For cellulose pads, the air velocity specification is 250 feet per minute, meaning it allows air to go to 250 feet in every minute. Okay, that's what it is. So you need to know that information. You get that information from the manufacturer of the pads. You should ask them, okay, I'm buying from you, give me your product's air velocity specification. If you are buying Aspen, another cellulose is one product, Aspen is another one. For Aspen, it's lower, it's maybe 200 feet per minute. So when you know that, then what you simply do is to determine the area of the pads in the greenhouse, you divide the 10,000, which is the exhaust volume of air, by that air velocity specification. So in this case, 10,000 by 40, 10,000 by 250, you get 40 square feet. That is the area of the pads you should put in your greenhouse. I will tell you how you get to the dimensions in a second, but let me ask you, is this clear so far, the calculation? If you have doubt, ask me. This is very, very important. Sure, again. So this air velocity specification is a value that you should get from the manufacturer of the company. In this particular case, air velocity specification is 250 feet per minute for cellulose pads. We are using that as an example. Okay. So you need two pieces of information. One, how much air you should exhaust, number one, and then you need that air velocity specification value from the manufacturer. When you have these two things, the exhaust area is dependent on your greenhouse size. You may have a 1000 square feet greenhouse, you may have a 10,000 square feet greenhouse. Based on that, you calculate how much air you want to exhaust with the fans. Then this one, you get it from the manufacturer. When you have these two pieces of information, then now you are trying to determine how much pad should I buy, right? And the area of pads that you will buy is given by the volume of air you are venting, in this case 10,000, divided by the air velocity specification. Look at the units. It is cubic feet per minute. Divide that by feet per minute. You get what? Square feet, right? Minute gets cancelled. Cubic feet by feet is square feet. So you get area. In this case, in this particular example, how much was that? 40 square feet was the area. Okay. Now let's say your greenhouse is 15 feet or 30 feet wide. Well, let's say 20 feet wide. Okay. But I'm telling you that you should put 40 square feet area. If your greenhouse is 20 feet wide, what is the height of the pad? And what is the length of the pad? The greenhouse is 20 feet, so that is the length. And the height should be 2 feet. 20 by 2 is 40 square feet. So you first get to the area, and then from that area you go to your greenhouse width, and the area divided by width is the height of the pads that you should buy. Okay, that's how you do that. But again, 2 feet is too small. Generally pads are sold at 4 feet tall. Okay, so in this case the ideal number would be 10 feet long by 4 feet tall. That is how you properly spec the pad area. You understand what I'm saying? So just simply don't go by what manufacturer says. Oh, I got this big greenhouse, I'm going to put the entire pads. No, you're probably wasting your money. Okay? So you need to know how to spec the fan capacity, and you need to know how to spec for the pad area. From the pad area, you get the dimensions, length and width. Does it make sense to all of you? Very simple calculation, but very, very useful calculation. Okay? And again, keep in mind, there are few considerations here. Keep the pads always on the what side? Right. And the fans always on the leeward side. Okay? If you can't do that, there could be a situation where you can't do that. You have to increase all those capacities by 15%. If you can't put the fans on the the leeward side, you have to increase the fan capacity by 15%, because that's the problem, right? Having it on the leeward side, you get the benefit from the natural wind, but if you're not doing it, you have to increase the capacity. All right. Always keep a couple of things. There is a fan here and there's a pad here, right? You don't want the distance should not be more than 100 feet. If it is more than 100 feet, you are creating hot pockets. The air won't be pulled like that. Okay, keep that in mind. All right. And the other thing I want to mention about the pads is the water is running down right through those pads. With time, that water collects all the salts and starts blocking the passages in the pad. So what we normally recommend is bleed off. Throw away 10-15% of the volume of water every week or so. And also you may have to clean the greenhouse. I've seen it again and again. Every month we clean the pads, because algae, the green algae, starts growing on the pads and starts blocking the water movement. So you may have to do some maintenance. Okay.
Sir, what about there are some places like Udaipur which receive some okay amount of monsoon as well as is not very dry in some months. So if we get and there are presence of artificial lakes as well there. So if we get a system where we are pumping the lake water through the radiators in a closed system and putting that back into the lake. So
why do you want to put it back in the lake?
Sir,
you can put it to a plants or somewhere else, right? Why do you want to add back to the lake?
because that water, once it is running down through the radiator through a closed system, it will turn hot. So if it gets back into the lake, the system will be a closed loop, but that won't be wasting of water or throwing away. These issues can be resolved with that.
I wouldn't even put it in the lake, because it's got all other salts. You're polluting the lake.
But it is in a closed radiator loop system like we see nowadays with the coolers. This is not the cellulose layer they are dealing with. There are now closed metal fins through which the water gets back into the system.
Yeah.
So will those options will be a better investment within a country like India?
Well, first of all, if you are in a place like Udaipur where there's a lot of lakes, I'm expecting that the humidity is going to be higher, because water is evaporating from the lakes. We have a very similar situation where I live. Lake Michigan is one of the huge lakes, and we have a huge greenhouse next to the Lake Michigan, and it's a humid area. This system was not effective at all to begin with. There, the greenhouses went for a coil system. I would recommend that for such situations. I know the Rajasthan may be dry area, but if your greenhouse is located next to a big lake, there's a big water body. It's evaporating continuously. So the humidity in that microclimate is going to be higher. It is going to affect it. Now, comparison between a metal fin versus cellulose, I don't know. I haven't done any research on that, but I would prefer a cellulose-based fins, because it absorbs the water, holds the water in that pad material for a longer time, whereas a metal fin, water is simply falling down. As the air is passing through, if the pad material is moist, it's absorbing water, then there is a better heat exchange than the metal fins. But I have not done any research to show one better over the other. Just a guess for you. Okay. This is the last slide. Sorry, I'm taking too much time. But this is another method. It's called fogging method. Okay. And this is mostly useful for propagation. It's the same method. It's also an evaporative cooling technique. But what we are doing is we are spraying fine water droplets at the top of the greenhouse using sort of like a sprinkler system. We are not spraying droplets of water. We are spraying fine. The word fine is important. Fine droplets of water. Droplet size should be 50 microns, so tiny. And as these droplets are sprayed into the air, they exchange heat with air. The droplets evaporate, increases the humidity of the air, but the air becomes cooler. Because the humidity is higher, it's so good for propagation, cuttings. Why? Because when you're propagating, you cut a stem. It doesn't have any roots. So when it dehydrates. When it loses too much water, it dies. So you want to make sure that those cuttings are always hydrated, and one way to do that is make the air humid. So this system works very well for propagation. Some of you may be interested in just propagating roses, propagating seedlings, rather than producing. For such operations, this is a better way of cooling the greenhouse, just by fogging at the top. Okay, but it's expensive compared to fan and pad system. Also, you have to maintain the foggers. The sprinklers can get clogged with salts and may lose efficiency, so you may want to make sure that you clean them properly. But most important thing is the droplet size. You should not be simply spraying water. If you spray water, you are creating problems, pest problems. You should be spraying fine droplets, micron sized water droplets. Then you get the best cooling. Okay. All right, so these are all the different methods of cooling, starting from plants to shade cloth to natural ventilation to exhaust fans to fan and pad systems. They're all different methods. What to choose is up to you. I would strongly recommend choose at least two methods together, okay, depending on your resources, all right, and to get the effective cooling, all right. But we'll stop here because we're already out of time. It's almost 12 and we have another class right after this, but we'll probably take a break, maybe 10-minute break, and we'll come back, all right. And I'm going to talk about greenhouse heating after this. I'll probably finish that a little faster. I'll take a 10-minute break. Started, people are walking outside. If you can't invest, don't get into it. Don't get inside and start being cheap. Oh, I don't want to use that. I want to use cheaper material. I don't want fans. I will probably use this. Don't compensate. Don't compromise. It is better to invest, increase your efficiency, but try to produce more. There are two ways in business. You can reduce your costs and not produce a lot, and so maybe your profits are there, or you can increase your costs and get the best product and produce more. There's another approach. I would suggest that second approach. Try to get the best equipment, best technology, because technology has value. But optimize it, use the resources, have the sufficient knowledge, and then produce more. And there, you get better profit. Rather than trying to be conservative, I'm trying to be more dynamic. I'm trying to tell you to be more dynamic. Does it make sense?
One question which came to my mind is that, like the technology in terms of machine learning and AI, it's changing very rapidly. It's just like mobile phones in 2010, when they were touch screen phones and they skyrocketed. Now every phone is same.
Yeah.
Now the technology is changing so fast within the AI journal. Like today I invest into AI latest technology, and the next day it gets outdated now. So what do you suggest in those case scenario? How to balance out these investments?
Why don't you remind me the same question in the afternoon session? We might finish in the afternoon session. We may have 30 minutes. We can talk about AI and stuff like that, and how that automation technology can really play it. You're going to learn actually something, but let's park that question for that afternoon session so we can finish. I think we have everybody right for this room. So let's start this. But do ask me that. Okay, so greenhouse heating, right? We talked about cooling. In some rare situations, you may have to heat a greenhouse, especially if you're up north in Kashmir. Let's say that. Okay, or maybe in mountains and hills where it can get really cold, freezing cold, like 0 degrees Celsius in winter. I told you 25 degrees Celsius is optimum for crops. Outside air is 0 degrees Celsius. Of course, the greenhouse will increase the temperature a little bit than outside, but it's not going to bring it to 25 degrees. You may say 10 degrees Celsius in the greenhouse. That's not sufficient, right? 25 is what I'm trying to tell you, that optimum. So in such situation, you may have to heat the greenhouse. And you are in an area where there are a lot of hilly regions. So if you are going to build a greenhouse there, most likely you may have to heat at least for a couple of months, maybe December, January months, which will be pretty cold maybe. Okay. So we're going to learn about the heating. That's the reason why it is. But cooling is more important in India than heating. Most of the country is going to get hot, and that's why cooling is important. But we'll talk about heating, and also remind me about the humidity question you asked. So let's look at this cartoon. So here is a greenhouse. Okay. So the greenhouse is hot inside. Let's say it is 70 degrees Fahrenheit at 25 degrees Celsius, and outside let's say it's 0 degrees Celsius, cold air outside. Okay, so the heat is going to be lost from the greenhouse to the ambient outside, because outside is colder than inside. And the way the heat is lost through four methods. There are four methods. One is conduction, the other is convection, third is radiation, and fourth is infiltration. Four methods of heat loss. Okay, now let's talk about them. Let's talk about convection. So convection is heat transfer through liquids and gases, fluids. So let's say you have a greenhouse. Let's say this is a greenhouse. This is a warmer region and that's a colder region. The air is going to carry the heat from warmer region to colder region through convection. That's convection through gas, air. Right? With time, everything gets become equalized. Right? If you have a hot and a cold pocket, with time they all become similar. That is happening due to convection. I told you the hot air raises up in a greenhouse. Convection, natural convection, right? Hot air raises up. There's an example. Let's say, okay, then this is hot air here, and here is your greenhouse cover, okay, wall. The hot air comes in contact with the greenhouse cover. The cover is solid material like a polythene or a glass or a polycarbonate. That glass picks up the heat from the air, and then either the glass or polythene, the heat will transfer through the solid material to outside. That is conduction. Transfer of heat through solids is conduction. Transfer of heat through fluids like liquids and gases is convection. Here is an important thing, radiation. This is the loss of heat from a greenhouse in the form of radiation, light, in the form of light. How many of you know thermal glasses? You know, you wear these thermal glasses at night, you can see people. You can see, in army and military, they wear these thermal glasses, isn't it? What are these thermal glasses? Remember this, all of us, everything, we radiate heat. And that heat is coming out of all the living things and non-living things. This is this black body concept. Anything higher than the temperature of the black body, they start radiates heat. That heat is coming out of these things in the form of infrared light, long wave infrared radiation. It's light coming out of us. That's what you're able to see through those night vision goggles. Okay? That's what happens in the greenhouse too. The greenhouse gets heated. All of the things in the greenhouse, the structure, the elements, the plants, soil, all of them are heated up. And the outside is cold, so that heat is lost through the polyethylene. Polyethylene, you learn later on, has the highest thermal conductivity. And that's why in polyethylene, you add infrared blockers. The reason why you want to add infrared blockers is that infrared blocker, when that infrared light hits the polyethylene, that blocker sends it back into the greenhouse. So you hold the heat longer. But we'll talk about that later. That type of heat loss in the form of light, radiation, is called radiative heat loss. That's a big component, especially in cold winter months, in greenhouses, polyethylene greenhouses. And the last one is infiltration. Infiltration happens through gaps. The greenhouse door has gap. The wind is blowing. So through the gaps, the heat is lost. Right? We want to close the door, right? Because when we open the door, what happens? The cold air goes outside. It's infiltrating outside. We want to make sure we close it so the room remains cooler. Just like that. You want to keep the room remains hotter, you open the door, it's cold outside, the hot air goes outside. That's infiltration. That's through wind. That's wind that is taking it out. So these are the four methods of heat loss from the greenhouse. Okay? So just so you know. Again, all these lectures you probably have noticed by this time, there are some basics to begin with, and then we dive into applied concepts, right? We talk about a little bit about basics, and then we dive into applied concepts. Just like that, even this chapter. So then the question comes, okay, we have to heat greenhouses. How much heat is needed? How much is going to cost me? All of that. So you can do mathematical calculations even for that. Okay. So this rule of thumb is simple. How much of heat is required? Heat required is equal to heat lost. I told you that heat is lost for 4 methods. What are those 4 methods? Infiltration. If you can measure the total amount of heat lost by all these 4 methods, that's the heat lost, and you add back that heat lost to keep the temperature. So temperature is 70, but these 4 methods made the heat go away from the greenhouse. So you know how much heat has been lost. So you add back the heat, then you maintain 70. So heat required is equals to heat lost. Simple. So now we're going to do a simple calculation. Total heat loss coming from radiation, conduction, convection plus infiltration can be determined by a simple formula. Don't worry about this. I think this is an older slide deck. Yeah, let's get to here. I think this is where I got it. So the total heat loss from all those 4 methods is Q. Okay, let's say it's Q. All those 4 methods, conduction, convection, radiation, infiltration, is Q is given by U times A times W times Ti minus To. It's a very simple formula, by the way. I'll explain everything slowly. But remember that Q, the total heat loss. Once you know the heat loss, you know how much heat is required, right? So we are calculating heat loss as U times A times W times Ti minus To. So what are these different letters? Let's start with Q. We know Q as total heat loss or heat required in watts, W watts. U is the heat transfer coefficient. So every material, polyethylene, glass or polycarbonate, whatever you use to cover the greenhouse, has a certain property, and one of that is that heat transfer coefficient. That material is going to transfer this many watts of heat per meter square for a degree Celsius difference between inside and outside. That's what that means. But you get these numbers. These are easy numbers. You get these numbers. You take that number and simply plug in there. Okay. You see here U values. I've given you U values for glass, polyethylene, polycarbonate. So if your greenhouse is a polyethylene greenhouse, what do you take? 6.5. You take 6.5 and you put 6.5 here for U. Okay, that's easy. Next, A. A is area, but it's not the ground area. It's the total surface area. You know what I'm saying? So there is ground area. If you have a 100 by 30 feet greenhouse, that's 3000 square feet ground area. It's a rectangle. But I'm saying that's not ground area. A is the area of the sides, walls, the top, the front and bottom, what we call as the total surface area. You understand what that A is? Very, very important, not the ground area. You have to calculate the total surface area. You plug that value there. Okay? W is the wind factor, and this is where that infiltration loss is coming. W is the wind factor, and W values change by wind speeds. 25 kilometers, you put 1. If it is less than 25 kilometers, don't worry too much about it. You just leave it as 1. Okay? But as the wind speed is increasing, the W value also increases. So if you know the wind speed for the day or for that region, you can plug in that number there. And last things are Ti minus To. Ti is the inside temperature of the greenhouse. 25 degrees Celsius, that's what I want to maintain. Outside is To, 0 degrees Celsius, cold weather. So Ti minus To is 25. 25 minus 0 is 25. You plug in those, you get Q. Simple, right? In this example, if it is a polyethylene greenhouse, you multiply 6.5 times, let's say the total surface area is 10,000. 6.5 times 10,000. W, let's say it's your winds are about 25 kilometers, you just put 1, and then inside it's 25, outside is 0, 25 degrees Celsius. You get the total heat loss. You get this number in watts. This is the equation you use to calculate heat required. This is the amount of heat you want to provide continuously every hour, okay, to maintain the greenhouse. To maintain the greenhouse at a certain inside temperature when outside temperature is 0 or whatever that is. So if you know your weather data, like in the next 1 week, you know outside temperatures, you can actually predict how much heat you are likely going to need to add in your greenhouse, because nowadays the climate data is there for sometimes the entire week or sometimes the entire month. So you can plug in those numbers. So before the month happens, you have an idea about how much heat you are going to add. So you know how much you're going to spend on the heating. Okay, that's what it is. Your question?
So can we reverse both the temperatures if we want to cool the greenhouse also we can calculate the amount of
The cooling,
cooling
not with this equation. That's a different thing. That's a different equation.
heat retention.
Heat retention? Explain one more time to that to me. You want to retain the heat, right?
No, sir. Actually, I was asking about the cooling.
Yeah, no, you can't use this one for the cooling. It's only for the heat loss, because if you look at this, we're trying to get this equation for all the four: conduction, convection, infiltration, and radiative losses. There is no radiative loss with cooling, right? It's other way. So that's a different thing. You calculate the cooling from square meter area and solar radiation, eating a square meter area. That's how you know how much heat has been added into the greenhouse. And then from that, you know how much cooling you have to do. That's a different thing. But here is heat being lost otherwise, the opposite of that. We can talk about that. I have some formula for that too. So here is an example, and I think this kind of got messed up. This is not how I put it, but the display is not showing. But you know the math, and if these are the dimensions, you can calculate the area of the A-frame. Okay, but I think this afternoon maybe we'll do that. Maybe it's an example. But you can measure the A, B, C, D, and E of your greenhouse, and you can get the total surface area from that. Rectangle, square, triangles, and you put them all together, you get the area of that. Very simple. Sometimes I just want to move on. This is not that important. But what I want to get to is to this one. I know there's something wrong with but we'll get to that. But in any case, this is how you heat a greenhouse. Now you know how much heat you need, right? So why do you need to do that calculation? This is called a heater, unit heater. So you buy this from companies. And when we go to the companies and ask for a unit heater, they will ask you, what is the heat requirement for your greenhouse? So you should have done your calculation before, and you go to this person and say, I want a unit heater that generates this many watts of heat. So the recommendation is that you have to choose the worst case scenario for your situation, meaning that TO, outside temperature, which is an important factor in that calculation, you should choose a day which has the lowest temperature for the year. Okay, so let's say January 31st is generally the lowest temperature for the entire year. You choose that temperature as the TO value, and you should choose 25 or something like that for the TI value. That's what you want to maintain inside the greenhouse. But worst case scenario, and then calculate the heat requirement in watts. You get a number, and then you go and ask the company to provide you a heater with that capacity, that many watts. Not something simply that, just like pad area or fan capacity, you've calculated. You should also calculate the heater capacity. And that formula that I gave you, Q is equals to U times A times W times TITO, is mainly used for selecting the heater. Okay, you calculate the watts and you go and ask for the specific wattage. The only consideration is that because you are buying a unit heater and this heater might stay for 10 years with you, you want to really pick up the worst case scenario. It's the coldest day you will ever see, and that will be the TO value that you will use. That way you are covered completely. There could be warmer days than that, but it's not going to go lower than that. So that's the reason why you should use your worst case situation for that. Okay, so how does this heater works? The same heater, I'm showing you a cartoon here. Okay, that's how it looks. So inside you have a fan. All right, right below is a burner. You see the burner is like a stove, So we send fuel. The fuel could be natural gas, I don't know what, probably gasoline, natural gas, anything that you can use. So the fuel goes here, and these are burners. They flame, they light up, and the heat from the flame is sent into these heat exchanging elements. So this is basically a metal rod, okay, sort of like in a line. You're looking at a transverse section, right? But think of it like a metal rod. The burners are there, and this entire sheet of metal is getting heated up. The fan is pulling air from outside, cold air from outside, and that air goes through these heat exchanging elements, and as the air is passing through them, the hot air, the heat is picked by the air, and then hot air gets into the greenhouse. It's a very simple mechanism. That's what this is. You see this one, at the back you see the fan here. So the fan is pulling the air. Inside there is a burner element, and the heat is generated inside, and hot air is coming into the greenhouse. Very simple mechanism. Any question on that, how that works? Very simple, right? Oh, I don't know why I'm moving. So the main thing is, you see this exhaust, when you are burning fuel, it's going to release a lot of gases that are not so good for plants. You have to make sure that that exhaust is outside of the greenhouse. Okay, if you're going to release that exhaust into the greenhouse, sometimes it may affect plant growth. So if you put the heater here, that exhaust should go outside, or take a tube and send it outside, not into the greenhouse. I've seen people using wood, and they burn wood to increase the heat, but that with that wood, with smoke, there are a lot of other chemicals that you're releasing into the greenhouse that may not be good for plants. Okay, so these are called artificially, generating heat through unit heaters. These are very common in greenhouses in northern latitudes. Okay.
So what is this lower
This is a lower. You see this? These are called lowers. They open when the fan is running, and they close automatically when the fan is not running. So lowers means they are like fins. They open and close. When the fans come on, automatically they open, so the air goes through. And the fan is turned off, they close. Okay.
So what about the oil-filled radiators, which are also available in the market for heating purposes? Like this will generally affect the carbon neutrality of the greenhouse and will be polluting the environment as well.
A fossil fuel, right? We are burning fossil fuels. You can't survive in an economy without burning some. I completely agree. You have to bring down the fossil fuels, but if you only opt for alternate source of energy, maybe we're not there yet. Maybe in the future, not yet. Okay. I got some slides also on that towards the end, but let's see. So going back to your question, so these are fossil. Another example of root zone heating. In this case, what we do is, so this is the greenhouse bench. So you can read this later, but I'm going to explain with this figure. Okay, it makes total sense. Look at this picture. This is a greenhouse bench. We put, styrofoam. What do you call styrofoam? Polystyrene is styrofoam. Thermocol. That's what you call. So those thermocol sheets are there. That's the white color material there. Okay. And then what we do, we have these tubes. I'm sorry. We have these tubes, right? We're running hot water through those tubes. We're running hot water. So we're heating the water, but how do you heat the water? Maybe steam, or maybe again natural gas, right? You can't escape from that. Okay, you may have a boiler, but you're heating water. At least you're reducing the amount of heat you will use in this case. We run the hot water, and then we put plants on top of that. So what's happening is the heat energy is coming out of these tubes. It is bouncing back from that polystyrene, thermocol, polystyrene, styrofoam, and then it's getting onto the plant microclimate. So if you have a small plants in pots, okay, this system works very well. You are not heating the greenhouse at all. You are keeping the greenhouse cooler, but you are maintaining a warm microclimate around the plant. That's enough, right? It is inconvenient to us, people who are working in the greenhouse. It will be cold inside, but maybe we're there for just 10-15 minutes. Plants are going to sit there all the time, so you just need to maintain their microclimate very well. So we are just releasing that energy through radiation or convection, from the water running through those tubes into that area out there. That's called root zone heating. Okay. Another example of root zone heating is this one. I think I've showed you this. So here is an example that I showed you. See, the air temperature was maintained between 60 and 55 degrees, and the hydroponic solution was maintained at different temperatures. You see the effect of root zone temperature. When the root zone temperature is same as air temperature, this is how the plants were. But as we increase the solution temperature, the air was cooler, but the hydroponic solution was warmer. You can see up to this. So optimum is around 70 degrees. So you can run 70 degrees water and keep 55 degrees air, you still get real good effect. That's again root zone heating. So again, heating the entire greenhouse is one concept using those unit heaters, but you are spending too much money on that. The entire greenhouse doesn't need to be warm. It's just that the microclimate surrounding the plant should be warm. That's what matters. So in order to achieve that microclimate heating, you can resort to root zone heating. I've shown you two examples. One is the water running through those tubes, and the other is in hydroponics itself. These two methods can work very well. there is another method, what we call passive heating. We're not, in this case, we are really being conservative. We don't want to, burn natural gas or anything. We don't want to burn fossil fuels. So we want to use what is naturally available. And one thing is to position your greenhouse such that maximum light gets into the greenhouse during the daytime. That light heats up everything and keeps the greenhouse warm for a longer time at night time. So use the solar energy basically. Make sure that the greenhouse receives maximum amount of sunlight. The length of the greenhouse should be in the direction of the sunlight in winter. Okay, that way most of the sunlight gets into the greenhouse and the entire greenhouse gets warmer. Here you are not investing on fuel or anything, right? You are just taking the naturally available sunlight to, but this may be useful but not too much. And so I've talked about the solar greenhouse before in the first lecture. This is what they actually use in China. The solar greenhouse in the northern parts of China is very cool. And so what they are doing is they are actually using the solar greenhouse. Now you see the greenhouse. There is a wall on this side, right? There's masonry wall there. And this is the southern side. So this side gets sunlight throughout the day. So the greenhouse gets warmer during the daytime, and at night time they roll a blanket. I've shown you that they roll a blanket and they cover the greenhouse. So the heat is not lost outside at night time. So they hold the heat inside. Passive, it's not active. Active means you're using fuel, heaters for fuel, things like that. It is a passive method, naturally using the naturally available sun, and in doing so you are environmentally being responsible, right? There is one more method called geothermal heating. Okay, some parts of the world, and in generally any part of the, if you go deeper into the ground, for example, if you go 20 feet deeper into the ground, even in this part of the world, and measure the temperature at the 20 feet depth, that temperature, you will notice that it will remain pretty much similar throughout the year. So in summer we get the temperature hot, in winter the temperature goes down in the air, but inside the ground, at least 20 feet below, the temperature don't fluctuate like that. It always remains similar. And what is that number? It's the average of winter and summer temperatures. So let's say in this region you have 90 degrees in summer, 50 degrees in winter. The average is what? 90 plus 50, 70 degrees, right? By 2, 140 by 2, 70 degrees. So the ground below at 20 feet will always remain close to 70 degrees Fahrenheit. So now you have a winter which is 50 degrees Fahrenheit, but the ground is at 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Why not tap that heat? Why not pull that heat in the ground and bring it into the greenhouse? That is called geothermal heating. Okay, so what do they do for that? They dig holes around the greenhouse. They put coils at 20 feet depth, and then they blow cold air from greenhouse, and as the air goes through those coils at 20 feet depth, the coils picks the heat from the ground, the air gets heated up, and the hot air comes back into the greenhouse. So you're now not relying on natural gas or fuels or anything. You are tapping into the heat that is already stored in the ground. The other method is go really deep into the ground, 150 feet, 200 feet. As you go deeper and deeper, it's get hotter and hotter. So you can send a coil down, and then cool air goes inside, and the air that is coming back is going to pick up the heat from the ground, and you get the hot air back into the greenhouse. That's geothermal, basically. So you have geothermal and passive methods, which they don't use natural gas, and they're very environmentally responsible. You got to do some investment for that, but those methods are also being used. But for most of the commercial operations in the northern latitudes, heaters, unit heaters are what we use. And for that, you have to burn fuel, natural gas, oils, gasoline, things like that. Okay. I think this was the last slide. Yeah, this is the last slide. Yeah, we're right on time too. So again, I kept the heating piece minimal, but I'll get back to your question in a second. I get the heating piece minimal because it's probably not quite common here. The cooling is the most important thing in this area, so I want you to know everything about cooling. Fan specifications, pad specifications, and considerations of where to keep fans, where to keep pads, the distance and things, all of that very important. So remember those things, okay? And then when you try to cool the greenhouses, and you asked a question about humidity and how do you deal with that? The best way to take care of the humidity is ventilation. You have to continuously, so for in summer, you are running the fans, you are getting humid air inside, right, because of the evaporative cooling, but you're also exhausting that humid air outside, right? So continuously you are venting out. You're bringing air from from outside to inside, but that air humidity is going up at the pad area because it's getting exchanged with water. So humid air comes inside, but you're venting it also outside. So probably you will maintain whatever the humidity is outside also inside in this situation. But if the outside humidity is high and is causing problem, you have to go for dehumidifiers. Have you heard of dehumidifiers? These are machines you keep in the greenhouse. They basically condense the water, and then they just basically it's cooling. When you cool something, then the water condenses like rain. Like when the water gets to dew point, the air gets to dew point, it rains, right? Just like that, the dehumidifiers also cool the air. As they cool the air, they condense the water, collect the water, and you can reuse that water. So those dehumidifiers options is there, but it's not common in greenhouse. It is more common in vertical farms, indoor farms. I've seen companies which use these dehumidifiers to cool the air, condense the water out of the air, and that way they kind of maintain, because inside a building it gets really humid, right?
So basically, humidity changes with temperature. For example, let's say if
Humidity, relative humidity, yeah.
so let's say inside polyhouse we are cooling it, then the humidity level would be lower. Let's say then outside air is hot. We bring some natural ventilation. Let's say we are taking outside air, so that is increasing the humidity inside polyhouse. So how to understand this situation and how it um, affects plants?
So now we're talking about the effects of humidity on plants. Let's talk about that. So humidity, unlike temperature or light, there is a broad range of humidity, relative humidity, which with a very similar effect on plants. For example, if the relative humidity is between 35% to 65%, plant growth is pretty flat. There's not much of an influence. Photosynthesis is flat. The effect of humidity, and so if you, for example, plot a graph, photosynthesis on the y-axis, humidity on the x-axis, okay, 0 to 100% relative humidity, the graph looks like this. Photosynthesis remains flat at a broad range of humidity and then goes down. So as long as you are in that 35 to 65%, you don't have to worry too much, number one. But then if you go above that, one of the major problems you'll encounter is the pest problem. Insects goes up, their propagation. The high humidity and the temperature will favor their growth, so they multiply rapidly. Bacteria also multiplies rapidly. So that problem is there. Okay, at the lower humidity range, it's a very similar situation like a drought stress. Okay, when the air is really dry, the transpiration increases rapidly. Transpiration is directly proportional to vapor pressure deficit. Vapor pressure deficit is nothing but relative humidity, proportional to relative humidity. So when the humidity is lower, you are forcing the plants to take more water and lose through the stomata. But if the soil doesn't have water, then you are creating a drought scenario for the plants. So lower humidity is more like drought. Between 35 to 65, not much of an effect. Beyond 65, you start seeing bacterial and pathogen related issues. That's how the humidity affects plant growth in general. But how do you get the humidity out? By ventilation, by dehumidifiers, things like that. You can take care of that. Okay, so that's important. Good. All right, why don't you take a break, and we'll meet at 3 o'clock again. Please, I know some of you couldn't come yesterday afternoon. The tutorials are designed to cement these concepts in your mind. The mathematical equations, the formula, the real world situations you deal with will cement these ideas in your mind. So don't miss tutorials, okay? And also we'll discuss things like, you brought up automation, AIs, IoT, things like that. We'll talk about every day. Come up with a topic for 30 minutes discussion if you're interested. I'm not going to tell you that I can answer everything. I'm not going to claim that, but I'll do my best, okay? And we can discuss. And in fact, I want to hear your thoughts also, so I can learn from you too, okay? Keep that in mind. take that 1350 multiply by 300, you get something like 360,000 watts, something like that, approximately 353. That's the heat load. That's the heat load from sun, just from sun. The calculation related to the heat you gain from earth, ground, is even more complicated, right? But if you are able to calculate the heat load from sun, what you can normally do is you can assume maybe 15% of the heat load from sun is what is coming from the ground. So you add those two things, you get the total heat load. Approximately 90%, 95% of the total heat load you can calculate from these two things. And then you can now calculate the heat loss using that equation I gave you. From morning to evening, all you need to know is outside temperature and inside temperature. You just keep calculating the heat loss, and as long as the heat loss is less than heat gain, heat load, you got to cool the greenhouse. And those methods, different methods I've shown you, each method has its own efficiency. Usually, if you do that ventilation, natural ventilation, the formula I gave you, 10 CFM per square feet, if you do that, you will be able to remove at least 1x volume of air in the greenhouse every minute, okay, approximately. Whatever the greenhouse volume is, you will be able to take all of that air outside, vent it outside in 1 minute. If you do that, you kind of maintain whatever the temperature outside is there inside the greenhouse, okay. So these are a little bit complicated mathematical calculations. You can do calculations and you can figure that out, but the best would be to have a sensor and have a system and kind of figure out how much the system I should operate and measure the temperature difference. So again, it's all energy balance, okay. Heat gain, heat loss. Heat gain is happening from sun and from earth. That creates certain amount of heat energy inside, which raises the temperature of the air. If the heat gain, but then also keep in mind heat loss is happening naturally. Every day in the morning, more so in the evening, heat loss is happening. The heat loss depends on the difference between inside and outside temperatures, right? If it is very hot outside than inside, there is not much loss. Actually, we are gaining heat. It's all dynamics, but that's the kind of the big picture, this is the principle, okay? But what I want you to do in this lab is, this is your greenhouse, you are given this greenhouse, okay? It's got some dimensions, right? A, B, C, D, E dimensions are there. I want you to calculate natural ventilation. So when I say calculate natural ventilation, what am I asking?
So you are asking about the ridge.
Yes, ridge and the side ventilation area. Calculate that for me. So I want you to draw a greenhouse just like this, but hold on, don't do anything because there's a lot of other things you have to do. That's very simple. But this is what I want you to do. Okay, you go down. Oops. This is from yesterday. This is today, right? All right. Okay, this is what I want you to do. Okay, calculate the area of the side and roof ventilation and show them on the greenhouse. Okay, calculate the exhaust fan capacity and show them the location. Okay, and this will be open here, so you don't need to take a picture. I'll keep this open for you. Calculate the pad area and dimensions. Also show them on the greenhouse, and the calculate area of the shade cloth needed for placing on top of the roof. Okay, and then once you're done, all of you do it separately, manually. No laptops today. Okay, just do manually. Okay, use a calculator. I want to make sure that those concepts are cemented in your brain. Okay, all right. If you have doubts, you can ask me. But do this calculation on a piece of paper. Nicely draw a greenhouse. Put the roof ventilation for the natural ventilation greenhouse, side ventilation. Also put the fans and pad area. Show all your calculations. I want to see them. Detailed calculations about questions. Okay. Just take your time. We got plenty of time. And if you have any questions, ask me. But let's finish this first. Okay. Sorry. Remember the rules of thumb I mentioned this morning for ventilation, fan specs, pad area, everything. So use that information. If you want to know the formula, if you don't remember the formula, let me know. I will again give you that information. But I hope you still remember. Again, keep in mind 15 to 20% for the ventilation, right? And for the fan, 10 CFM per square feet, right? For the cooling pads, you need to know the air velocity specification, assuming that you are using cellulose pads, and use 250 CFM per feet for the velocity specification and calculate everything. Once you are done with these calculations, it will be very clear for you how to determine everything for a greenhouse, cooling requirements for a greenhouse. So ये कैसे रिकॉर्ड करेंगे आप? Yeah,
So in this site, then it was 15 to 20% of the greenhouse ground area.
correct. That's the farm.
What we take the lower limit, the upper limit or the lower limit?
You can do either one is fine. You can go with 15%. But remember that 15% is for both sides, right? The total area is for both sides. Okay, calculate 15%, divide by 2, one half on left side, one half on the right side. If you have any questions about the formula, don't hesitate to ask. Okay. If you want to know how to calculate, don't hesitate to ask. I want to make sure that all of you do that, those calculations.
Calculate the
Total what?
total area of the greenhouse
What are you using that for, total area?
for adding this all
So, yes, I understand you want to calculate, but why do you want to calculate total surface area?
because a side and the roof ventilation is 15% of the total.
The ground area, not the total area, right? See,
And ground area is the A and
correct.
only
Just A and what? Area, right? A is one length, and what is the other length?
B.
But hold on to that question because the next question, next activity will require that. But for now, it's only ground area, right? For cooling requirements, you go with the ground area, not the total surface. No, right? So just a hint, it may be very easy if you convert the meters into feet, right? Because most of the things I told you this morning, like square feet basis, cubic feet per minute basis, right? So it makes total sense. You convert, all of this is in meters, you can convert into feet, right? That will help you. But you can also do in meters if you want. You got to reconvert the values I gave you this morning. So how do you calculate fan capacity? Who remembers that? How do you calculate fan capacity? So 10 cubic feet per CFM per what? Per square feet of area. But what I am giving you numbers are in? So be careful there, okay? You may have to convert it back. That's why I am saying all of these will become easy if you convert the meters to feet. Okay? Does it make sense? Sorry. One meter square is approximately equal to 10.76 square feet. You can Google that. It's not a big deal. But yeah, 10.8 approximately, 10.8 square feet. Okay. So you convert your area into square feet, the ground area into square feet, and then calculate the fan capacity. No, ground area. Remember, the total surface area is for heating requirements, right? We're going to do that next. But for fan specifications, I said it's a ground area, right? That's what I told him too.
And sir, for the area measured, would we simply take the above roof
Yes, yes. Sorry. You got for the fan, right? What's the next one? Pads, right? What do you want to know about pads? Do you remember what I said this morning? The formula for pads. Who remembers the formula?
pad area is equals to the exhaust fan capacity upon 250.
The 250 is the air velocity specification, right? So you can use that same numbers. So go ahead and calculate the pad area and show it in length and height for the greenhouse, right? Has everyone finished question 1? Everybody finished question 1? Anyone still doing question 1? How about at the back? Finish the question 1. Okay. All right. How about question 2? Who is working on question 2 right now? You're working on 2? Okay. Good. Continue. Okay. Yeah.
So in this image, A1 is also a rectangle, no? A into
A1? Where is A1?
A, only A. It is also a rectangle.
A is the length.
And C is the height of that.
C is the height. Right. So this is just one dimension. A is length, C is height, B is the depth. Okay. And then you have D, that height at the triangle. And then you have E as the length of that side of the roof. Okay. So just a length. Those are all length measurements. It's not area, it's a length measurement. Because if it's area, you will find meter square or something, right? Talk to each other, interact with each other, so that way you know what everyone else is doing. But if you have a question, call me, I'll explain. Okay. So how is it going for you, Mr. Kuldeep? Good. I see that you're doing math, so do ask me. If you have a doubt, do ask me. Okay, I will explain it to you. Pad area formula, exhaust fan capacity divided by 250. Air velocity specification is 250. But again, they are all in feet. They are not in meters. Everything here is in meters. Okay, so you have to convert them. 1 meter is approximately 3.33 feet, or 1 meter square is approximately 10.8 square feet. Yes, yes. So some of these people, they're out of the program, or they're not here, or so I want to understand why some of them don't come in the afternoons. Because in my opinion, afternoon sessions are more important than the morning sessions. You will get to learn more in the afternoon. I want to understand if there is any problem, we'll try to find a solution for that. That's all. Okay. I want to help. So let's find out why it is the case. It doesn't seem to be random. Yesterday also the same thing happened. So
सर ये भी तो फीट में आएगा, फिर हम इसको मीटर में कन्वर्ट करें?
you can convert in meters, or you can give me answer in feet also. Yeah. You have a doubt? Okay. Let's see. Ask me your question. 300 meters square, right?
I'm taken, sir, because you stating that 5 to 10 kilometer per hour meditation, so I'm converted it into meter per second.
Sorry, I'm confused. Why did you go to that number? 5 to 7? That is 250 CFM at 250 feet per minute. But let's go back to, so you are now working on second question or first question? First question. First question is about area of the side and roof ventilation, right?
Actually, 1 to 5 all question are answered.
All are answered.
Yes.
So okay. So which is first one?
Area of side wind, sir. Actually, area of side wind was 20% of
20% of what?
20% of total wind.
हाँ, आगे पीछे नहीं, just ऊपर का. So 20% of what? 20% of where did you get 18 from?
Red area.
Well, see the area there. Area is what? A is what? A is 110 meters, B is 30 meters. So ground area is how much? So I'm going to go there and explain. So it looks like some of you have confusion with these numbers. Okay. What is the ground area here? A times B, right? Okay. Because that's the ground. It's a rectangle. Okay. So use that as the ground area, and then 20% of that will become the side ventilation and also roof ventilation, right? You can show it in meter square, you can show it in feet square, it doesn't matter to me, but that's important, okay? But then you use the same ground area for fan specification too. But the thing is, I gave you the fan specification in square feet. I said 10 CFM per 1 square feet. But here I am giving the numbers in meters. So you are getting meter square. So now you have to take the meter square, convert into square feet, then use that square feet and multiply by 10 to get the fan specification in cubic feet per minute. Okay. So I think that's what you have to do. I think your answers 1 and 2, maybe you have to change that. How is it going for you with this? You have any question, confusion, issues you want to ask me? You're good? Are going well? Okay. Well, I'm going to ask some of you to come forward and explain the answers, okay? I'm going to sit there and watch. So, better be prepared. I want to give you an opportunity to talk, right? It's important. So, did you understand? So, 20% of, here I saw 18 meters square. So, when we get to pad area, so that's number 3. So, remember what is the formula for pad area? Is fan capacity. How much did you get for fan capacity? 3,000 cube per minute. Well, so remember, I'm going to write it for you. Give me your pen. I said fan capacity is 10 CFM per 1 square feet. But where is feet there? It's all in meters. You have to convert it to feet first, right? I'm going to make it smaller. I'm coming. Yeah, yeah. That area and that area. So twice that, right? You can assume that it's a polygon. If you can Google out, you'll find the formula. Everything is on Google. So I just don't want to tell everything to you. Imagine this is your situation, okay? You are a greenhouse consultant and your farmer has a greenhouse and you have to give a recommendation, right? Right.
For the fourth one, which you are saying it is a polygon, but we have to cover only
The sides.
two rectangles. There are two rectangles.
Well, it's kind of polygon, not a rectangle, right? So yeah, you cover that side and you cover this side, right? Top. Just make it twice. If you can find one, it's a simple thing. Sorry? Yeah. Yeah, length. Yeah, very simple. So let's go back. So what was the question we were talking? So this is what I told you, right? Now I want you to convert that, right? Convert and then give me the answer. आप खत्म किए all 4 हो गए. Okay, very good, very good, very good. Let's see. All 4 done. Okay. How about you? All 4 done. Okay. How about you? All 4. Are you looking at the third? Okay, go ahead. How far are you in this group? You have finished the first and the second one. Are you working on the third? Which one are you working right now? The third one. Okay. Number 3. Number 3. How about you? Did you finish all 4? Or are you working on the you finished just the first one? Okay, second one then. Work on the second one. You're working on the third right now? Third one, right? You're also working on the third? Okay. Okay, we will give some more time because some of them are working on number 3. Here they're working on 3 and you're working on number 2. So maybe another 10 more minutes. Okay. You are also working on 3, right? 2 or 3? So what is your question? Ask me your question. Where are you finding it difficult? Why don't you discuss amongst, you are one group, right? Here you're one group. So why don't you discuss amongst 3? And only reason is my Hindi is bad. मेरा हिंदी बहुत अच्छा है. So इसलिए you have to talk to them. So they will explain to you. But why don't you all 3 work together? And why don't you ask your questions? This is called peer reviewing, okay? You're all peers among yourselves. Yeah?
So for the third one,
the
exhaust fan capacity should be divided by 250 square feet.
Right, for the third one, the formula is fan capacity in cubic feet, right? Fan capacity should be in cubic feet, right? That much, that is amount of air that you want to see from cubic feet per minute, right?
Should have to be volume then. Cubic feet.
No, remember the formula. What is the formula I gave you for every? I wrote it here. You see, 10 cubic feet per square feet of ground area. What is your ground area in square feet?
32291.
So that is 300 times some 10.8, right? That's your ground area. 10 CFM per square feet, but you have 322 whatever that is, that many square feet. So you have to multiply that number with 10. That gives you the fan capacity in cubic feet per minute. Okay, take that number, divide that by air velocity specification, which is 250 CFM per minute. When you do the division, you will get in square feet for the pads, right? Does it make sense?
Yes, sir.
Do the calculation, but first convert. So what is
12.9.
that's the area you got in feet, in square feet. Pad area is 129 watts.
सर हमने फीट स्क्वायर
129 square feet, right? That's what. Then that is the total area. Okay. How do you put that area into the greenhouse? Where are you putting that pads? On that side, right? Think about the width. You see what I'm saying? You have to now put that area onto one of the sides. So you have to determine the length and height from that area. You can get as close as possible, but get to that. Yeah.
1 to 15 के बीच में 15%
Okay, where are you stuck?
I don't know how to calculate this.
You did you finish for the first one? So it is 15% of 300. So it's 45 meter square should be the area of the side ventilation and then the roof ventilation. Now I want you to draw this. Where do you put that 45 meter square? So if it is 45 meter square, you know, half of that should go on the left side, half of that area should go on the right side, right? Right. So you have to put that ventilation. Usually, yeah.
ये साइड वॉल्स में और ये गेबल ऊपर के रूफ का ट्रायंगल.
साइड वेंट और टॉप वेंट. साइड वेंट के अंदर में कभी दो नंबर होता है. दो नंबर होता
Yeah.
If we are calculating the area for side vents with taking the 15% value of the area total,
Right.
then that will be the same for the roof vents.
Right, but for the side ones, you're going to divide into two because for the left is one half, the right is another half, and I want you to show that in the dry greenhouse and show me that length. I want you to calculate length and height to get to that area. Let's say you got 50 meters square or something like that for the side ventilation, 25 on one side and 25 on the other side, right? Now, how do you show the 25 meters square? The greenhouse is what? The greenhouse is 30 meters long, right? So you may want to create maybe 15 meters by 2 or something, right? That gives you ventilation area. I want you to show that on a picture, on the side picture, right? So finally what I want to see is the design of the greenhouse, right? Does it make sense? Right? Is there any way I can actually, there is no board here, right? Can I use on that?
मैम
This
पेन
is a
यूज करना
touch
है.
screen board. There is a pen for this one.
Is there a pen in there?
पेन
Pen
यूज
will last them. They can arrange.
Oh, there is a pen over there. Stylus. Let's see if that. So I may have to create a notepad maybe. Let's
Looks like something like this.
yeah.
Maybe try drawing something now. Yeah, you are in innovation mode. Yeah, you can just start drawing.
Show here itself. Okay.
Yeah, you go.
That's good. That's good. Where is the eraser? Yeah. Okay. I'll wait some more time and then I'll show you on that. Okay. But give your best shot. You got another maybe let's say 10 minutes. Try to do as much as you can in next 10 minutes and then I'll show the answers. Okay.
So what is the optimal place to place that cooling pads? Like it has to be closer to the ground, or if we have got area, we can put it in a bit center.
The cooling pad should be at the height of the fans, right? If the fans are here and the pads are there, it won't matter. They should be similar. And you don't put the fans on the ground level. So ideal would be approximately you leave 5 feet from the ground and then put your fans there. Same with the cooling pads too, about 5 feet. Okay. Yeah, but the good question. Yeah, I didn't cover that right when I was teaching. Yeah. So I'm saying that there are 4 teams. Okay, team 1, team 2, team 3, team 4. Each of you should take one question, stand there and explain to others how you got an answer. Okay, you pick up whatever you want. 4 questions, 4 teams. It doesn't matter. Team 1, team 2, team 3, team 4. All right, who wants to do question 1? Team 3. Come on. Team 3. Explain to us. You are the leaders now, okay? You are the teachers, we are students. That's it. Stand there, take this opportunity and explain with confidence. Discuss amongst yourselves, teams, other teams, what questions you want to deal with. Okay. It is okay to make mistakes. Okay. It is totally okay to make mistakes. We all make mistakes. I make mistakes. Okay. It's okay to make mistakes. So please stand there. You have a pen there. Okay. You have a pen, that black pen. On the side, you see that black pen? And there is an area up there you can use to write your answer and explain it. And you see here, right now it is on, I'm also learning, so please bear with me. So this is the pen. So I think you have to select this one up here for the pen, okay? And then when you, and maybe black color, okay? Black color. And then if you don't like what you've written, you can, this is the eraser. That's the eraser, okay? Pen, black, eraser, okay. Now go ahead and show your answer for question 1. All right, folks, let's listen to team 3. Let's see how they got the answer. I'm standing way away from you, okay? So I can see you. So please explain as you are.
First question, we have to calculate the area of side and roof ventilation. So first of all, we have to calculate the floor area. That would be this thing, floor. A into B,
Okay.
and A is about 10 meter, and B is 30. So total floor area will be 300 meters square, and if we will calculate it in square feet, so it will be around 32.
Well, let them first finish it, and then you have a dispute, you can raise your hand and say the dispute. But let them finish. So 3240 square feet, right? Is that what you got? Okay.
This will be the floor area.
Okay.
And on an average, the area of side is around 15 to 20%
Of that value, right? Of that floor area.
Yeah, of floor area. 15 to 20%. That is up to us. So we are taking 20%
Okay.
as side area. So it will be around, I'm taking 300 meters square.
Are you doing in meter square or square feet?
To make the calculation easy, I'm taking
Meter square. Okay, that's fine.
Afterwards, we can convert. 60 meters square is the side area.
So what side is it? Is that left side or right side or both sides?
One side. That the same is for two sides.
Right. So where are you? So on that picture, the greenhouse picture, show me where you want to put your ventilation, side ventilation. So why don't you use the eraser and strike off the black lines you put on that image right there, right? But now show me, yeah, take that off. Now show me your area where you want to put that ventilation. So if you are putting a window, it should be a rectangle, right? It should be a rectangle. So they are trying to fit you should fit a rectangle, right? It's a ventilation, it's a window, right? So you want to draw a rectangle on both sides, right? It should be the same area, but you determine that 60 meters square is the total area. You got to divide that to 30 meters square on this side, 30 meters square on that side. Now 30 meters square means What is the length of that B? Yeah. So what are the dimensions then for that window? 30 into 2 is 60. No, we don't want 60 on one side. We want 30 on one side, 30 on the other side. So how do you do that? So 30 meters square on left side, 30 meters square on the right side, right? Now show me how do you put 30 meters square area on this side and 30 meters square on that side. These on both sides. So you have to show that number. So how do you get to 30 meters square? Right, that's correct. But I wanted to show that window area on that picture. I want to show the length and width of the window, or length and height of the window. This is interesting, right? This is how you learn more. You will learn more when you put yourself in front of the others, ask them to challenge you. You will never forget whatever you learned at the time. Okay, this is important learning lesson for life. Remember this. Okay, what I don't know what they're doing, but we'll get to that. The time for queries is over. You'll stand there and explain. It's okay. Take your chance. Challenge yourself. You are a team 3, okay? You're going to go stand and do that. Likewise, you are a team 2 and you are a team 2. You're team 1, okay. I don't know what question you are dealing, but it's up to you. All right. So what I'm asking is, you know the area to be on the left side, you know the area to be on the right side. I want you to show that area on the picture. What does area means? Area means you have length and height. So show me that window, length and height. What is that length? If it is 30 meters square, and if for one side is 30 meters, what is the length and what is the height? Okay, very easy right here. I don't want to give you any more answers. So 20 by 10 is what? 20 watt and 10 watt. 20 meters or feet? So 20 meters by 10 meters is what? So 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 so. But again, yes, that's the best design, right? That's the best design, right? 30 times 1, because you get the entire length ventilation, right? Easy. You can do 15 by 2, you can do 10 by 3, that should be 10 by 3 by the way, but best model is have the ventilation all along the greenhouse. So that way all plants, wherever they are, they get some cool air. So show me 30 by 1 then. 30 meters length by 1 meter, 30 times 1 is 30 meters square. That's what you want to put, right? So all along that length you get this. Yeah. No. Let me draw it for you. I think you will get it when I draw it. So let's see here, right? So what I'm trying to say is you can put 1 meter long high window and then 30 meters long. What is the 30 times 1? 30 meters square. And you have to do the same thing here. 1 meter height and 30 meters long. Why 30 meters long? Because B is 30. B is 30. See that? So now you created a ventilation. Right? But then when you get to the roof ventilation, you have to create something like this, right? At an angle of 60, that's correct. That angle is 60, right? That angle is 60. But this area should be 60 meters square, right? What is that length? That's again 30. So now what is this? This will be, so this is 30 meters. This should be 2 meters. Understand now? So when you draw it, you visualize it properly. Okay? That's question 1. Okay? Alright? Thanks for doing it. Very good. Thank you. Alright, we're going to erase this. Everybody understood this? Any questions before I erase? Do you understand? You did not understand the upper one? Okay. What is the formula for this roof ventilation? 20%, right? Either you take 15 or 20%, they took 20%. So 20% of 300 is 60 meters square. So I need to show 60 meters square for that ridge vent. How do you get 60 meters square? You already know that this one, okay, let me erase it, right? So you know that distance from here to here is what? 30 meters. You see that B is same as that, right? So already the length is given to you. You can't get more than that. That's it. 30 meters is the maximum. But I want 60 meters square. So one length is 30 and then what should be the other width? 2. 30 times 2 is 60. So this will be, then you create a ventilation here like that, right? So this is 30 and this will be, oops, that small thing, that will be 2 meters. It's a flap. That's what 30 times 2, 60 meters square. All right. Okay, good. Let's get to question number 2. Who has decided? Who is doing question number 2? All right, come over then. All right. Calculate the exhaust fan capacity and show the fan location on the greenhouse. Okay. Okay. All right. So they are doing number 2, and if you have any doubts, you can challenge them. Okay. All right. Go ahead and explain first.
Okay. So, firstly, as we saw in the question number 1 case, they calculated the total ground area.
Right.
And I've got that area in square feet, like they converted in the last. And
Right.
what they did for generalization was they took 10.8 as the value to convert it into the feet, but I took the quite accurate value to the 4 decimal point, 10.7346. So I got a better estimate of around 3274, or let's say 275. This was the actual area in square feet of the ground area of our, what we say, greenhouse.
This is 32,000 square feet. Oh yeah, you may be correct. Yeah. Okay, got it.
Yeah, that's the. Now this is the area, the ground area for the greenhouse. For the fan capacity, it's very simple. We'll just multiply this by 10 and we'll get the total CFM, cubic feet per meter.
No, hold on. There is something wrong there. 300 times 10.8 is not 32,000. It is 3,000 something.
That I wrote is the CFM.
Yeah. Well, you're putting square feet, and how can you say it's CFM?
Because I calculated that on the paper.
I understand.
They all are same actually, not only single decimal point difference.
No.
P2 27. P227.45. So that is the actual area.
Square feet. Put units, please. Always put units. Otherwise, people won't understand. Okay.
So this was the area.
Ground
Now
area.
when we multiply this by 10,
okay.
we will get the fan capacity.
So 10 for what? 10. Put the units for 10. We want to be very, very accurate, right? We need to understand what are the units of 10. 10 what?
Cubic feet.
Cubic feet per minute.
Per minute.
Per what? Per square feet. Okay. Otherwise, they won't get cancelled. I want you to show me also how you got square feet, right? How do you write cubic feet? Feet cubed. FT cubed. Right. So if you multiply, right, that's the CFM you want. Okay. Everybody agree with them. They are claiming that 32,000 CFM. But are you going to just stay with that, or I said something else? Remember? Yes. Add always 10% more for inefficiencies in the system. So you can round it up to 35,000. Because you go to the company and say, I want 32,274 CFM fan. They are like, we don't have that fan. They may have a 40,000 CFM for you. They may have a 35,000 CFM for you, right? The fan companies do like, so 35,000 rounded up. Okay, that's the fan capacity. Where are you going to put that fan? Is it one fan? Two fans? What is that?
So for the next part, I would like to call my
okay.
member and ma'am to come and explain.
Okay, then just put that number 35,000 at the top, and please show us how many fans and where those fans are located.
We can use 2 fans.
Okay.
And location will be.
So they are using 2 fans, and what is the capacity of each fan? 17,000, 18,000 CFM, right? So you go to the market, and if you don't find 17,000, you might find 20,000 CFM. It's okay, buy that one, because you may not find exactly.
15 to 20.
Yes, exactly. You may not find the same specification you need, so you may have to adjust. But there is one important piece here. How far apart those fans should be is important question. Please, all of you. She drew 2 fans, and she's telling us that approximately 20,000 CFM for each fan. But are you going to put those 2 fans together? Are you going to put them away? What is the distance between them?
Approximately, it is divided by 4 and 2.
So you have 10 meters there. So you have 10 meters. That means you have approximately 30 feet. So what I'm trying to tell you is that you should at least maintain 20 feet between the fans. 20 feet would be how many meters? 6 meters approximately. Approximately 6 meters space between the 2 fans. So if it is 6 meters between the fans, and each fan is 1 meter wide, that's 8 meters gone. So you got 1 meter on this side, 1 meter on that side. So let's draw that one and show to everybody. Please watch this. She's actually putting the design there. Okay? Or you can draw a bigger picture if you want to. So you actually have some space all the way up to here, but that's okay. I think you explained. So 1 meter on both sides, and then the fan itself is 1 meter. She has got 6 meters in between, so that gives 10 meters. That's how you have to design. Or he wants to show it this way. See now. And the fan itself is 1 meter. That's 10 meters. You got it? Okay, that's how we design. Okay, all right, great answer. Good job, good job. You also did very well. Okay, who is doing question number 3?
We would also like to thank Prakash and Gautam there during
Of course, please. Thank you. Thank you. All right, who is doing question number 3? All right, I'm going to take my coffee from you from over there. If you want to take some tea and then maybe take a 5-minute break, that's okay. Or if you want to work parallelly, that's fine too. You can erase it.
No, sir, we'll require this one.
You
For
can.
the next question.
Yeah, but we know the answer. So what are you going to take? Just write that number at the top. CFM. Whatever you're going to use. You're going to use 35,000. Okay. All right. So you can erase the rest of the stuff because you got to use that space to draw things, right?
So for calculating the pad area, we'll divide this fan exhaust fan capacity by the air specification velocity. So it would be around 35,000 divided by
35,000 units, please.
CFM,
Yeah.
or we'll simply
I would write CFM.
feet cube.
Yes, more scientifically, cubic feet per minute. Okay.
So we'll 35,000 feet cube divided by 2.
No. That's just cubic feet. Cubic feet per minute. You are not showing minute. Right. Okay. That's those are the units. Units are very, very important in science. Units should cancel out exactly the way you cancel out your numbers. Okay. What are the units of air velocity specification?
Feet per minute.
Feet is feet per minute. You are correct.
Per minute, so we'll cancel. So it will be feet square.
And minute gets cancelled.
To this, so the area will be 140 feet square.
140 square feet. Okay, that's what they got. Any questions so far? Everybody agrees? Everyone, team 4 agree? All right. Okay, now they got 140 square feet, and now they are going to show that 140 square feet on which side? Please show me where fan should be. Fan should be on what side?
Fan should be on the leeward side.
Leeward side. So they already put fan, so that is your leeward side, and this is your windward side. Okay. So now you can erase all of this, and I want to just show the pad area.
Sir, also one more thing. We have got the area 140 feet square. So to calculate the width or the height is around 4 feet. We assume the height as a 4 feet for the pad area. So we calculate the length. So the length would come out as 35 feet.
But do you have 35 feet there? You have 33 feet, right? So you may want to increase a little bit, or you can still keep the, because you're not going to get a customized pad height. They either sell it as 4 feet, 6 feet, or 8 feet. That's it. So you have to stick to that. Therefore, you reduce instead of 140, you may get a slightly less area. So your pad is 30 feet long or 33 feet long by 4 feet. That's it. Right? Does it make sense?
Also, we are taking there's a big number because 35,000 is which we took the.
Correct.
If we take it by 32, we'll get it.
You may be able to fit it. Yeah. You may be able to fit it.
So sir, we'll place
Yeah, can you erase all of that and show us nicely?
It's on your side too. There also you can see.
Is that correct? Where are you putting the pad? What is the side?
On the windward side.
So okay. Their intention of fans is at the back. You see what I'm saying? They are not putting the fans on the side. That's where the fans are. You see, the reason why that is a little bit confusing is that they draw that line to that. You see what I'm saying? Piche, back is the fans, front is the pad. So your pad should be on that length of A.
एक के पैरेलल में लो कैन हाँ हाँ सामने सामने हाँ सी के बिल्कुल पैरेलल यहाँ सी लिखना हो
No, Miss Ruchika Chaudhary, please let me help you. Show me the length A. Where to where is A? Yeah. So what is the length of that A? How many meters or how many feet are there? Are 33 feet approximately, right? That is the side on which the pad is going to be, because the fan is going to be on the back side. You want to show the back side. I think he understands, so let him do it. Erase of everything if you want to. You can also draw the fans again if you want, okay? Because that fan is a little bit confusing, okay? Take erase of everything and now show the fan. पूरा पूरा erase कीजिए. वो red वाला fan है ना, उसको पूरा erase. Now please draw the fans. I think let me come over there. I think it's just it's a three-dimensional thing that's confusing. Okay, so remember this is the back side, right? Am I doing it right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this is your front side. You see now, front up to here and the back. But you were thinking of the side length, which is what, 30 meters? No, that's not. We are looking at the front and we're in the back. The fans are here. 1 meter there, 1 meter there, 6 meters there. Now your pad should be on this side. Okay? All right, now you understand. Go ahead and draw it. It's just the three-dimensional picture is not clear. That's all. So you got 140 square feet, isn't it? Or 140, what was that square feet, right?
140.
What is the length and width then you want to go for? Approximately, whatever that is.
So we can take around 33 feet.
But you don't have 33 feet. Yes, you can take 33 feet. Yeah. So when you are taking 33 feet, then it should cover the entire length of A, right? Huh. At the same height as the fans. So remember, the fans and pads should be approximately the same height. Yeah, there you go. But what is the length and what is the height?
The height.
4 feet. So show that 4 feet and also show the 30 feet. That is 4 feet. And the width is 30 feet, right? Okay. See, this exercise is important. Any questions on what they have done? Do you all agree? Or if you are not understanding, this is the time to ask. because once we move out of this chapter, we're not coming back.
So can we put the that fans on the any other side also, or we have to take on the bamboo?
People also put the fans along the side wall, but again, it goes by the leeward and windward side. If you are going to have a leeward side on the side of the greenhouse, that's where you can put your fans and pads, windward side. It goes by leeward and windward side directions. You need to know which side is wind coming from and which side is wind going away. And if your greenhouse is perpendicular to that, yes, you can do what you just said. Okay. Any questions on this? Everybody understands? Team 4, do you understand that? Do you understand that? Yes? All good. Okay. You go, then your stage is yours. Question number 4.
So, gentlemen, as we have to found the area of shaded node net, so we have to calculate this area. Okay. And the same side we have the this area. Simply, as it is a polygon, so we can assume that it is a rectangle. Okay. So E is 7 into T, 21 meter square, and it will get multiplied by 2 because there are two sides.
Okay, so this is an easy one, right? So I'm going to give a little bit more challenge to you because it's easy, right? And while they are doing, I want all of you to do. Now calculate total surface area of that structure. You know what total surface area is now? Not ground area. I want the total surface area. This is what you will use for heating requirements. So go ahead and calculate total surface area. Add everything and show it for me.
Gentlemen, we have this side. We have to calculate now this rectangle.
Well, why don't you do the math first and then explain to everybody? First do, because you have not done it right so far. So why don't you as a team come together and do the math, help him with calculators and things like that. All of you also do the total surface area calculations. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sides. Well, 4 sides, but you got 2 triangles. And then top. So 8 in total. 8 distinct, yes, the whole sides and the top. On the top, everything except the ground area. Okay, except the ground area. By the way, this is the easiest for calculating the total surface area. If you have a curved greenhouse, it's even challenging. Sorry?
7,999 square feet. I did it firstly only.
Okay, then you have to wait and confirm whatever the. I see, you did the mistake then. Okay. Well, let's see if that number is correct. Let them come to it. But if you have not done it, please do it again. Yes. And also this side, and the height sounds. Right, everything. Yeah, all sides. It's not just this. It's like और ये sides भी है ना पूरा. Yeah. It's very easy. You only have rectangles and triangles there. But think of a curved roof. That will be the homework for all of you. Okay. Because you have already done, why don't you attempt the formula for the curved roof? I don't know, but you try to attempt it. You know the curved roof. I just want the formula. You can take high. You have any questions for us? We're all doing fine. Yeah.
I just wanted to make a
Sure, please.
Yeah. Tomorrow we'll have photograph session. So please be prepared and be ready.
Sure. Come in your best dress, tie and everything, you know.
Common uniforms you can have. Same color combination. So boss,
Yes, sure, sure, sure. I will come. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. You have called them. And what was the common reason? Okay. They didn't give you any reason?
Feeling sleepy, feeling tired.
Okay. When I should feel tired, right?
Yes, yes.
I'm 50 plus and I'm standing there for hours and you're youngsters.
840.
You have a question? You have the answer actually? Question. Okay, go ahead, please. Fire away.
So first of all, we have to see the windward areas, and after that we have to decide the side areas. Or we can put the pads and the fan area beside the side area only.
So, if you have an open plot, you have a lot of flexibility, right? A big plot, there is no obstruction. Then you go there to that region and figure out what is the common direction for the wind in summer, because you are trying to figure out for cooling requirements in summer. So there is a specific direction of wind in summer. Okay, so monsoon comes always from south. What is that? Southwest, right? Southwest monsoon, right? So the wind is coming in the southwest direction. So you have to align your greenhouse in the southwest direction if you can. Okay, and if you do that, then you put your pads on that side, fans on the opposite side. But sometimes you don't have that option. If you want to turn it this way instead of like length like this, you turn it this way. Yes, of course, the wind comes through the side and it goes away from the other side. That's good for natural ventilation. But if you want to do fan and pad, you have to put how many fans? A lot of them on that side, right? Because it's not 10 meters, it's now 30 meters. So you have to divide 3, 4 fans. If you just put one fan here and one fan there, the middle area will be a large area and you will create a heat pocket there. So it will be better to actually have the fans on this side. I'm sorry, fans on that side, pad on this side. The fans and pads on the shorter lengths.
We have covered four all the walls. Here we have placed side area. We have placed two windows.
Correct, correct.
In front of this we have that pad.
Yeah.
And this side we have fans.
Yeah, and if you are going for a fan and pad, I think you asked a good question. Yes, please. Yes, please. And I'll explain to everybody later. But if you're going for a fan and pad system, no need for side ventilation. No need for side ventilation because you create open area, then you're losing the efficiency. You have to just pull all of the air through the pads. But if you're pulling through the pads and you open the side, hot air will come from the sides. So you don't want to open that. Okay? Good question though. But I'll explain to everyone else. I think I missed it. That's the reason why I want you to ask questions because I may not be able to cover everything. Right? You got it? So what is the answer? 840 meters square. Agreeing 840 meters square. 840 meters square. Who else got the 840? Did you get 840 meters square? They are doing it. Okay. I think it looks correct because a couple of you come. But one thing. Thank you very much. Come down. Yeah. Why don't you erase that and come down, please? Uh, so there was a question from team three. From team three, they want to put a fan and pad system. Okay, and they also want to have a just an example. Okay, and not that you want, but they also want to have side ventilation. Can we do that or not do that? So what they are asking is they want to design fan and pad system, the fan on one side, pads on the other side. Okay, but they also want side ventilation and roof ventilation. Is that good or not good? You have fan and pad system, but in addition to that, side ventilation.
We can we can combine two methods to improve the cooling process instead of depending on one.
Okay.
So the base.
But my question is, can you open side ventilation, open the ridge ventilation, and also run fan and pad system simultaneously? Why not?
So because we won't be wanting that air would be moving from all the directions, so it would be difficult to control that. Instead, we want
top bridge works by creating the negative pressure on one side. When there will be air moving at a very fast pace, that process won't work and will stall.
Not exactly. You have an answer? Yes.
Because if both side ventilation is there, there is no use of controlling air. Cooling.
So when you are running fan and pad system, where is the air going through?
Sir, air is.
You are pulling air from the fans, but the air is coming in through what? Outside is coming into the greenhouse, but it is coming through what? The pads. Why pads? Because pads have got water going down. But if you open sides, what happens if you run the fans? The air comes from the side into it, not through the pads. You get hot air inside. You have to create air tightness. Only the air should come through the pads for the cooling effect. That is the reason why. Okay? But good question though. Okay, 4:40. All right. Do you want to discuss or you are tired already for the day? It's your call. I'm fine. Huh? Never tired. Never tired. Okay. What about you? I was trying to actually do the heating calculations also today, but I think we'll start with cooling calculations. You know how to calculate total surface area now, right? It's simple afterwards. Q is equals to U, plug in that number, times A, which you calculated, times W wind factor, that number is constant, and Ti minus To, you know that. So it's not a big deal, okay? It's not a big deal. So we'll leave that there. Cooling is important. Today you become a professional designer, right? You are able to design an appropriate cooling system for that greenhouse. You are able to design the right type of fan capacity. You are able to design the right size of the pads, not just designing the numbers, but you are actually able to put them on the greenhouse. Show those things on the greenhouse. That's what exactly is needed. Okay. I talked about this in the morning class, but unless you did the math calculation in the afternoon, you didn't get that concept cemented in your brains. So tutorials are important. Please tell your friends. If they are interested to learn more, get the concept cemented, tutorials are important. They are designed for that, exactly. Every chapter has a tutorial for that. The reason why I put these things is with a lot of experience. I've been teaching this course for 7 years, 8 years to students. I know where they get into problems. I know where they get into trouble. I develop the tutorials based on all of that experience. And if your friends are not attending, they are losing the opportunity. They are losing the opportunity. Tell them, bring them all. Okay. But in any case, for tutorials part, we are done today. Now, if you want to leave, you are welcome to leave. Okay. But if you have any questions, you can ask me. I'm going to stand here until 5 p.m. Okay. They pay me until 5 o'clock, so I can't leave. I'm just kidding. No. Go ahead, ask me. If you have any questions, you can.
For the curved one,
Sorry?
sir, if we have a curved roof
Uh-huh.
that you were telling.
Well, he was trying to calculate what. So, all right, take it as a challenge, homework. Okay. This one is sort of like an A-frame, easy. But if you have a curved roof, okay, the roof is what? Curved, not A-frame. What type of formula can you come up with? Can you? I don't know that. You come up with a formula and give me tomorrow. Area is equals to this formula. Yeah, height will be D. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Use the same thing, but come up with a formula. You may have to think of a cylinder. Okay, semi cylinder or something like that. All right. So that's good. That's good. Any other questions for me? Any other questions?
There was a question that I asked in the morning.
Yes. Yes. What was about AI, right? Yeah. So please, he has a question. I would like you to all. Please, can you repeat that? I don't exactly.
So you were telling about if someone is investing into a greenhouse, it has to be a serious concern, and technologically being aware and advanced is very necessary in today's time. So I was asking that AI right now is at the very rapid stage of changing every day. Because earlier, a month ago, like 2 years ago, it had an IQ of an ant, and now it is crossing or matching the average human IQ. So if today's date I invest a lot of sum into this business, and the next day technology is outdated. So what would you advise on to that part of AI?
Yeah, yeah. DRL, have you heard of that? Machine learning, deep reinforcement learning, DRLs, okay? And one of my collaborators does with me on that. But let me explain something. What is AI, right? What is AI, right? That's what I'm trying to explain. in a sort of like a much more simpler way. So let's say you are hired as an assistant professor, right? You finished a PhD. You're finishing a PhD, right?
I'm just gonna start it, sir.
You're going to start. Okay, you got 5 years. So who is finishing PhD? You're finished. So she's good. All right, everybody. Okay, whoever is finishing. So let's say one of you becomes an assistant professor. All right, and I'm probably, let's say, head of the department. All right. Okay. So you come to me and I'll tell you, go and teach greenhouse management course to this class. Go and teach. I don't tell anything more than that. Go and teach greenhouse management. So first, what do you need to do? You have not taken greenhouse management course. Now you need to start preparing something. So you are preparing some fundamental information, knowledge about greenhouse management in your mind first. Then you come to the class. You start talking about it. Students are all like this. They're not understanding anything. Let's say that, okay? It's going above heads. You observe that. You see that. You know that. Oh, I'm doing something wrong. So you go back and ask this question. Why it is not making sense to everybody? You make a change. You come back next day. You start doing again. They understand a little bit, not too much. You go back. This is called deep reinforcement learning. The exact thing is being done by the computers. The computers start with background information, background models. The temperature should be this much, light should be this much, nutrients should be this much, relative humidity should be this much. When they are all here, this is going to be the crop yield. These modeling takes a lot of time. What you have to do is you have to take 100 different crops that are grown in greenhouses. And each crop, you should test them at different environmental conditions. 5 to 10 levels of light, 5 to 10 levels of temperature, 5 to 10 levels of nutrients, relative humidity, carbon dioxide. And then you have to come up with a complicated, complex model, a multivariate model that includes all of these variables. And that is the background information. That is the information as an assistant professor you prepared before starting the class. So that takes years, number one. It takes years. Then you come to the class and you are teaching, they are not understanding, so you go back and make changes. If they understand, you get credit. If they don't understand, you're not getting a credit. So you go back and make a change. So you're running loops. It's called loops. The computer runs loops. Test the model, takes the model, tests it. Run through loops and loops. You know how many loops it takes? 30,000, 40,000 loops to even get to a meaningful kind of like a decision support system. For that, you have to test that artificially. Once the testing is done, then that AI is capable. It's not like Chat GPT where you ask a question, it brings out everything, types out for you. No, scientific stuff is a lot more complicated. If you don't do that type of preparatory work initially, those loops will take much longer or the predictions are going to be wrong. When you ask yourself what is an AI, you are looking at a professor who is perfectly, he knows everything, because he or she is going to come and deliver exactly what is needed. That's what AI is. And to become somebody like that, it takes 30, 40 years for a human being. Maybe it's faster for computers, but that background knowledge is not there yet. It is there, but it's in bits and pieces. Over there in somewhere in UK, they have done some research on temperature. Maybe people have done here on nutrients, but their conditions are different. If I take those two models together, there may be an error there. You see the problem? You have to first develop those models, then let the computer take those models, run the models in loops and loops in real world situation to train. This is called training. This is called deep reinforcement learning. This is called training. You are training the computer. If it is a picture, that's a different story. You can take 20, 30,000 images of let's say it's a cat. So how does a computer know? The AI knows that it's a cat. You take 20,000 pictures of different cats and you feed that and train the computer that it's a cat. So computer can take, oh, it's a cat. AI says it's a cat. But that's not what we are trying to do. We are trying to make a decision about optimum environmental conditions in a greenhouse. For that AI should be really, really thorough with not just with background knowledge, but also get trained. We are not there yet. We're not there yet. We put a proposal for that, by the way, with the United States Department of Agriculture, and we are trying to create that. We have computer software, we have engineers, we have uh, uh, plant physiologists like me, we sensor guys like me. We are not yet funded, but we are. This is the third year we are asking for the money. If we get funded, maybe we'll do something. Again, keep in mind in research, we always add. It's like a puzzle. You know the puzzle? You put pieces together. We all add puzzles. Some people add a big puzzle. Some people add a smaller puzzle. But when you add a puzzle, it might make much more sense, and you can quickly add three or more pieces together. That's what research is. We are all contributing. We are all tiny puzzles. We put things together. Sometimes a puzzle may create a bigger picture that helps all other puzzles to put together, that helps other people to come and do the research. But no one can complete the whole picture by themselves in research, okay? That's research. So we may get there, but it's not there yet. It's not there yet. That is the highest level of decision support systems. People claim, but I challenge them. Where we are then is, I think we can identify pests. I think AI can identify diseases or pests or plants. We are actually trying to train AI with nutrient deficiency symptoms. You will learn about them in the class. This is iron deficiency, this is manganese deficiency, there's zinc deficiency, things like that. But for that, I tried to talk to a computer guy. He said I can do it, but he wanted me to give 20 to 30,000 pictures of deficiencies. So take a plant, iron deficiency, that's one picture. Another plant, iron deficiency, another picture, like with 20,000, 30,000 pictures to train that computer with that. It's not easy. It's a tremendous amount of work. A lot of money should go into it. And I stopped there because I didn't have that much money to run that experiment. So, but anyways, that kind of answers your question. We are heading there. It's not that straightforward. It's not like asking AI to write an essay for you. It's not like asking AI to talk about a person. This is called, decision support systems, and they should be perfect. If they make a mistake, the grower is at risk. So anyways, I kind of explained it in a very simple way. DRLs, that's what it is, right? It takes lots and lots of loops.
So rapid progress is going on in the field of these large language models only, like ChatGPT, DeepSeek. They are improving day by day, and still the research portion is still lacking behind.
Because that's what most of the people want. That's where they got money. That's where the common man wants to use AI for. So the more they reach the common people, the more money they have. So the research is, they're not going to get involved into research at all. It will be the responsibility of us. It will be the responsibility of computer software, computer assistant, associate, and full professor in computer sciences, engineering, plant physiology, sensitive. They all should come together. This is going to happen at research stations at university level, not with private companies. It should not happen with private companies, because if they do that, they're going to charge farmers with extreme amount of money for that. If it happens at the university, will make it easily available, affordable to farmers. So there's a big difference, right? I don't think they're even interested in that. They're interested in things that common man is interested. So more people download their software, the more money. If they do something like this, they put $1 million, $2 million into this, and only a few institutes here and there uses this model. So it's not a big money for them. Okay, so it's all end of the day. Yeah. Okay, good. All right, 4:53. 7 more minutes. Any more questions?
Sir, how much it about cost to set up a greenhouse?
Where, in India or in the United States? I'll tell you something I know from India, but I may be wrong. My numbers are.
Standard, we are keeping all the sensors of good quality and everything good quality. Then what is the estimate?
At some point of time, I was interested in actually building a greenhouse in my. I have a small farm back in southern India, and my brother and I wanted to put a greenhouse. So I got some quotes from a company in Maharashtra, Pune. Seems like Pune has a big manufacturing facility there. So they gave me 16 lakhs for a half-acre greenhouse. It's just a structure, okay, poly-covered greenhouse, just a polyethylene greenhouse. 16 lakhs, half-acre in size. No fan and pad system, just natural ventilation, side and roof ventilation. You'll have a roof ventilation and side ventilation. 16 lakhs per half an acre, maybe 20 lakhs now, 16 to 20. But when you get to fan and pad system, they gave at that time 25 lakhs per half acre, about 50 lakhs per acre. That's the amount of money they asked, though, but three years back, to put a sort of like half acre greenhouse. Then on top of that, you have to buy benches or fan, lighting systems, the sensing systems, the plants. add another 10 more lakhs. So you're thinking at 60, 70 lakhs to at least start a 1 acre greenhouse, 60 to 70 lakhs. Okay.
And sir, with that, subsidies also?
Yes, I think there are subsidies. Somebody was telling me, you were telling me about subsidies, right? There are some subsidies, government subsidies, but there are also challenges with that. You are standing in line, you have to probably, I don't know how easy it is. If I apply, I may not get it, but if you are, politically strong, you may get it. I don't know all those things. But there is that, but then afterwards you have to stick with whatever model they are giving. And if you don't like it, especially me, I know the models, I know which models work, and I know the limitations because I put 25 years of my career on that. So I may say I don't want this, and they may say, this is what all we're going to give you. So again, those are the issues. Subsidies.
What are the expected profit margins from this?
It depends on the crop you grow. It depends on the time you are harvesting. If you grow tomatoes in same time where the tomatoes are there in the field, like we were talking this morning, you may not even want to harvest them because you won't get even harvesting costs. Field will dominate. Field production will dominate. Field costs are less. There is no initial investment for them other than the ground and tillage and some fertilizers and seeds. You are investing on the structure. You have fixed costs. You have some portion of the profit going towards paying for the fixed costs. So you are at risk when you want to compete with them when they are not producing, or you want to grow crops that they cannot produce in that location.
Sir, one more query. Sir, what about the weed menace in the greenhouse in comparison to the open field?
It's usually very less. Usually very less. I know you're a weed scientist or weed person, but that's why I asked you why greenhouses when you're studying weeds. We don't want weeds in a greenhouse. Of course they'll come, but again keep in mind, I'll talk about peat medium substrates next class. They're all sterilized, a little bit sterilized, so we start with a less amount of weeds. We don't want to bring in weeds from outside. It's a confined structure, and whenever you see a few weeds, we'll quickly take care of them. The ground is usually gravelized, so you don't want to even weeds to grow. But I know some greenhouses, they just grow on the ground, they have raised beds and they grow. In such situations, they may have weed problem because the ground has weed population. You just put a greenhouse on top of it doesn't mean that the weeds are going to get killed. So they use mulching, black color mulch, so that black mulch can kill the weeds, and wherever the holes are there, tiny holes, the plants come out. So mulching is one way. You can also apply weedicide and cover it. You are more probably knowledgeable than me on that weeds, but that's one way. We don't want weeds in greenhouses, okay? But if you're growing like a high tunnel where your crop is on the ground, you have raised beds, you may have weed problem. You want to probably use mulches in that sense. Okay. All right. Any more questions?
Sir, what's the life of the greenhouse?
In terms of different components have different life. For example, the polyethylene sheet, 3 years. The structure, if it's a real good one, it can stand for 20-25 years easily. But what happens is if you put that structure, a poor structure in a windy area, you may get some damage very soon. LED lights may be 7 to 8 years. Okay. Cooling pads, probably may want to replace pads by 3rd or 4th year because they get a lot of algae on them, 4 or 5 years maximum. Fans can remain for 5-6 years for sure. So different components have different lifespan. Okay. Any other questions? All right. If there are no questions, we will stop here, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Okay. Have a good night, and we'll talk tomorrow. I think we're starting substrates tomorrow, if I'm not